Okay. Right, so apologies, it ended up going out yesterday. It was always planned, but I didn't know I was definitely going to go. So I actually got Aries done, and we're going to start from Taurus today. So let's move the Aries card. And I'm just going to see if I can get through all the signs, to be honest. Let's get a bit of Sage. I didn't sleep much at all. I was like, you know, when you just drink so much that it like upsets your tummy. So I was putting, I've been watching Rocky Kanaka on YouTube, who like does sitting with dogs who are in rescue homes. I'm obsessed. It's such a feel good. Like, he's dead soothing. He's dead nice human, and it's dead soothing the way he like works with the animals and like brings them out of their shell because they're like traumatized. Finds out the story, and then they end up, you know, like sitting in his lap and like it's dead cute. They get rehomed because people spot them on the YouTube like community and decide to adopt them because they just fall in love with them. It's dead sweet. If you want a feel good something to watch, watch that. It's like so cathartic, it's so therapeutic. So if you've just come in, we're starting off with Taurus. It's the weekly love readings because I did Aries yesterday just before I went out. I don't know why I tried to start straight away then. I'm not trying to get it over with, honest. Let's do a couple more shuffles. Because you're worth it, Taurus. You're worth it. So it'll be Taurus, then Gemini, and then Cancer. And we'll see how my battery's doing. Might need to plug in. I still have no idea if people could hear my phone call or not on that live, but my friend rang, so I had to answer it there and then. Because she asked me to go out, like, literally months ago. It was a leaving, like, a retirement do, so. I'm glad I went, because I got to catch up with loads of people that I used to work with. So it's really nice. I'm not answering personal questions. This is a collective reading for the sign of Taurus. Hi, welcome in. It's a free collective reading for the sign of Taurus. Thank you to all my subscribers. We've gone well over 500 now. I have to get a certain number of watch hours though. So that's the only stipulation, isn't it? Because it says 3 recent videos, 500 subscribers, and then a certain number of watch hours. And our watch hours are high. So that's annoyed me a bit, but I'm sure we'll get there. Okay, spirit guides, universe, and angels. Please stand beside me and guide me for Taurus's highest good. How is Taurus feeling in these final few days of April and beginning days of May 2025? Oh, happy birthday to anyone who's Taurus. Happy birthday month or birthday season. Some of you will be a Taurus, Aries, cusper like me. I think Taurus knows how to celebrate their birthday. Definitely don't need to tell you how to do that. Yeah, it's my birthday on the 3rd of May. I can't wait. I'm going to celebrate tonight though, because I'm away for my birthday. So I'm going to celebrate with my family tonight, go out for a meal. And then, yeah, I'm going to go to Amsterdam with my friend. I'm tired because I haven't slept. Drank too much last night. But I'm very happy to be doing tarot. Yeah, so have a good one, whatever you're doing. Show your hand. What do you mean? Like that? Yeah, all right, on with the reading. So how is Taurus feeling? I'll do a 9-card spread. I will get 3 cards for how you're feeling, 3 cards for how your person's feeling, and 3 cards for the outcome. I'll clarify why they feel the way that they feel, get messages from them, and I'll get you some advice from Spirit. Okay. How is Taurus feeling, please, in these final few days of April and the beginning days of May? Happy birthday to anyone whose birthday is coming up, or if it happens to be today. Right, so Taurus, let's have a look. Can't pick my card up, guys. The 4 of Cups. Why are you closed off? You're closed off to offers of affection or emotion right now. Well, probably for good reason. You've got your reasons, Taurus. I know I've got mine. Hi, Karen. Yeah, you can ask a question. Oh, you mean like personal to you, like an individual question? I'm not answering individual questions. I'm doing a collective reading. I can't do super chats yet. When I've got a certain number of watch hours, I can. Ooh, what's come out? The Devil reversed. You've got free from the Devil. You've been doing a long time. Yeah, it's a collective reading for anyone who's the sign of Taurus, or if you are a cross watcher and you want to know what's going on with your Taurus, or if you've got Taurus as your moon. It's very important to look up your moon sign because it helps you to understand what makes you you, your decision-making processes, what's important to you, what you value. You're welcome. And also, if you cusp, so I always watch Aries readings because they resonate for me as well because I'm early on in Taurus season. I watch Aries readings. So think about the sign that you're next to. The Devil, when it's upright, is being either obsessive about a person or having like a toxic trait or behavior. Not so much a trait, more like a habit or a behavior. Could be related to trauma or just something that you've started to do. But normally in love readings, it's being, you know, a bit addicted to a person that's not very good for us. So, or just like, yeah, just thinking about them constantly. So I think you've broken free from that, which is really, really good. No doubt that will have been difficult for you because Taurians are incredibly loyal and we find it difficult to give up on things. It's like opposite to what we know. We'll probably like really crash and burn something before we give up on it. I'm laughing because that's me. But anyway, we know when something's toxic and we will do what we need to do and walk away from it. We'll suffer for it, but we'll know it's the right thing for us. You've been doing your spiritual homework, Taurus. That's very clear. Right, what have we got here? The Six of Pentacles. Look at this. The Six of Pentacles and the Four of Wands, both even numbers. The Six of Pentacles is wanting fairness. Pentacles is time, money, and energy. Okay, it's general investment. And, you know, all Taurians want is fairness. And you might have air in your chart, because air signs, especially if you've got Libra in your chart and Libra moon, you want a sense of justice. You want things to be equal. You don't want things handed to you. You're quite happy to work for them, but you want people to meet you halfway. And there's something really, you know, really like fair and nice about that, equal, balanced. You know, you're not looking for freebies. You don't like that. It doesn't give you a sense of security or control. Four of Wands is balance again. It's the four walls to a house, the four legs to a chair. It represents, it's the 1111 card, so it represents either a solid commitment to a living situation, you and another person living together, okay, stable relationship, secure relationship, exclusive, everyone knows about it, everyone supports it, or being married to someone and living together. So you just want something exclusive, something secure. You want your ride or die, someone who's not going to give up on you, and you're not going to give up on them, and they're going to put in as much as you do. You're not asking for more, but you won't be too happy with anything less. And often, you know, Taurus, because you're so soft and gooey inside, you know, you attract people that aren't putting in their fair share. And even if it takes you a while to sort of realise it, you do get rid. You will get rid. But it depends what frame of mind you're in. We all do with that, where we hold on to someone we know isn't particularly good for us or doing their fair share. Or if it changes into them not doing their fair share or feeling the same, you know, that really hurts us. And we can find it difficult to confront it, I think. Let's get 3 cards for the one that's on your mind or the one that's coming in for you. I don't think you're dealing with anyone at the moment. You're not showing up as a king or a queen. You're not showing up as a knight. You're not even showing up as a page, you know? So I don't think you've got anyone that's in your line of sight. You can ask questions, but I can't answer individual questions yet until I can do super chats. You know, if it's like a question that you've got about your love life, this is a collective reading and it's totally free, and it'll still resonate for a lot of people. Let's get 3 for the one that's on your mind. I don't think you're dealing. This is a message for someone who's not dealing with anyone, I think. But we'll see what comes out. I'll just concentrate now, because when I look at the chat, you can see that the cards don't come out because I'm not concentrating. So we'll get back in. So we've got the 4 of Cups, which is not being open to love. We've got detachment with the Devil reversed. We've got looking for fairness, the 6 of Pentacles, the 4 of Wands, looking for stability, okay, loyalty, exclusivity. Something that's going to take you into a lovely settled time, no drama. See how fast they came out then? If you've got any doubts about tarot being genuine, look what happened. Right, so we've got the Page of Wands reversed, the Emperor, hello, the Emperor, and the Eight of Pentacles. I'm speechless, guys, because someone is in a very similar energy to you. Okay, we've got someone who's taken back control of their life in a positive way, you know, not overbearing, not toxic, just in control. The Emperor is the highest status. They're all four kings. They're the King of Wands, the King of Pentacles, the King of Cups, and the King of, what have I missed? Swords. They have a lot of intelligence, a lot of wisdom, a lot of self-motivation, a lot of empathy, you know. What have I missed? Empathy, intelligence, wisdom, self-motivation. It's all there in absolute spades. You know, it's a person who's lived a lot. If they're not older, if they're not past middle age, then they certainly have a lot of responsibilities and they've been through a lot. But come out, you know, like fully in control of their life. They're looking to grow and expand with the Eight of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles is reflection. It's looking back at the past. Eight of Pentacles is putting money, time, and energy to build and grow into the future. The Page of Wands reverse, though, says that this person's not super open to the next adventure in love. They're unexcited. Unexcited isn't good English, Jenny. Come on. They're unenthused about a new adventure in love. Okay, so perhaps they've had their heart hurt and they're feeling guarded. Not so much that it's unhealthy, just, you know, the focus isn't love. But it's interesting that they're looking for growth and expansion, isn't it? Maybe this person's like, you know, self-made, they've got their own business, or they have so much responsibilities and they're good at what they do. I'm thinking of an example. I always think of school examples, like it would be a headmaster or a headmistress of a school, you know, a principal of a school, or you know, a politician, or someone who runs like a conglomerate, or it's someone with a lot of responsibility, a lot of power. I'm saying that because I don't normally big the Emperor up so much in terms of status, like financial status, but we've got the Eight of Pentacles, so they're already an Emperor, and yet their major focus is to get more money. So this could be someone who is extremely wealthy or extremely powerful. They're likely to be a very busy person. They're definitely not going to take advantage of you because they look to be in their power, in their own power. Let's see what else comes out for them. I'm intrigued. Hi Victoria, hi, welcome in everyone. Thank you for the likes. I'm not answering personal individual questions. This is a free collective reading for anyone who cusps with Taurus, who is Taurus, or if you're cross-watching a Taurus, or you have Taurus in your chart somewhere, like Taurus moon. I'm just clarifying because there's a lot of people putting personal questions in the chat, but it's a collective reading. Hopefully it'll still resonate. And I'm going to move through all of the signs. The only sign that I've already done is Aries, because I did that yesterday, so you'll be able to find that in the lives. I'm doing Gemini next, and then it'll be Cancer. So in about an hour, I'll be doing Cancer. Right, they've got the major arcana for Scorpio, and I must say, I forgot to say that the Emperor is the major arcana for Aries. So they could be an Aries, or they could have Aries in their chart, but they don't have to. We've also got the major arcana for Scorpio, so they could be a Scorpio or have Scorpio in their chart. They don't have to. It can just signify the end of a chapter and moving on mentally and emotionally, moving on, physically moving on from an old chapter in their life, which is healthy. If that was reversed, they would be failing. They would be failing to move on, but it's all healthy here. Okay. Some people aren't excited about love because they're just focused on work, you know, and it's not that they're like that all the time, but sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's necessary to have a hyper productive year of life where you just focus on work. It's not because you don't like love, but you just have a certain goal that you're trying to achieve, or you've got priorities that like are big. I don't understand what you're saying, Tiffany. I'm only hiding what you're saying because I don't understand how that relates to this tarot. I don't know. Right, the Seven of Swords reversed. The Seven of Swords reversed is lying, cheating, and stealing. Any and all of those being exposed. When it's upright, someone being deceptive. Okay. An example in love would be someone cheating behind your back, or someone withdrawing money from joint savings, or someone discussing, you know, your relationship behind your back, having a good, like, you know, blowing off steam, like where it's like almost like a betrayal to speak about you like that rather than speak to you about the relationship. Just different examples, because sometimes people do that because they're genuinely in distress and they need to talk, and other times it's more, to be honest, I would say it as a cheating card, but it could be deception of any kind. Okay, being exposed, someone who's running around, you know, being strategic, purposely, premeditatedly doing something wrong, that's being exposed. So I wonder if the Emperor got cheated on, or I will dig and I'll find out, but he could have got screwed over financially, but I don't see a loss of money. I just see an intention for more growth. Okay. Ones are passion, enthusiasm, excitement. Maybe he's lost his passion and excitement because he's been, you know, emotionally like screwed over by someone. So, but we'll find out. Let's get 3 for the outcome. The Ace of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so the Ace of Pentacles upright would be leveling up. If it was upright, it would be, you know, for example, I have put out job applications and I've bagged myself an interview, or I've gone to a number of interviews and I've been offered a job, or I have met someone that, you know, we've been in a relationship and I've asked them to get on the mortgage with me, or we're going to buy a house. And, you know, the Ace of Pentacles is your hard work met halfway by spirit, so you get a dose of good luck, and then you achieve this like level up that you've been looking for. That's reversed, so there's not been a leveling up. There could have been a loss of money, or, you know, an attempt to do something that hasn't worked out. Let's see what else comes out. Actually, what am I talking about? Because that's in the outcome, so that's something that we're going to see happen. in the week ahead. It could have already happened because we can't be exacting on time scales, but could be something that's going to happen as well. Could be like a missed opportunity. It doesn't have to be actual outgoings of money, but it could be. It represents a large amount because it's an Ace of Pentacles. It's a lot of pentacles. The Chariot's upright, okay? That's the major arcana for Cancer. Oh, we've got something else as well. The King of Cups. The King of Cups with the Chariot. Now, the King of Cups is someone who is very empathetic, they're an empath, they're very calm. You know, they're still experiencing the stress that everyone else is, but they don't show it. And it's not because it's not affecting them, but they're able to absorb it rather than emit it out onto other people. If they get overly stressed, then they might be over emotional or under emotional, but they're very calm. They manage to keep everything. They're like a duck, you know, the feet are going beneath the water, but they look really calm on the surface. And it's a kind person, a caring person, a compassionate person. Water is emotion. So this is Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. And we've got Cancer, major arcana with the Chariot. Now the Emperor jumps into the Chariot with the goal of obtaining victory. So it's about taking movement, taking action, you know, physically moving and traveling with a goal in mind, you know, and the goal is victory. So it's fast movement, it's physical movement. Hi, welcome into the chat, guys. Thank you for the likes. It's two very positive cards, I must say that. The King of Cups and the Chariot. It's like a mild-mannered person that's making good movements towards success. I don't think it's particularly fast-moving energy because it's a king. Now, success could be in love because it is a love reading, but finances affect love. How much time we have, how much interest we have, if we feel good about ourselves or not. Let's get one more for the outcome. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Cricket. Let's get one more. Because they were a combination. The Queen of Wands. Okay. The Queen of Wands is, well, it's fire. Wands are fire. So it's the fire sign. So Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Particularly Sagittarius energy. In a love reading, they don't have to be, but the Queen of Wands can be the other man, the other woman. Okay. I don't see a love triangle here. I don't see that. I don't see anything that would... Actually, we had the Seven of Swords exposed, didn't we? For the Emperor. How does this relate to you? Maybe the King of Cups. Let's put it at the bottom. So in the outcome, we've got a King of Cups and we've got the Queen of Wands. Let me just have a think about this. You got free from the devil and you just want balance. They're focused on work and personal growth when it comes to finances, building, continuing to build this empire that they've got. They've moved on from the past, so it doesn't look like, it actually doesn't look like we're dealing with people outside of the two of you, but you're not actually, I don't think you know of one another yet. And then in the outcome, one of you showing up as the King of Cups and one of you showing up as the Queen of Wands. Are you both upright? So the Queen of Wands is like someone who's very self-motivated, wants a passion, enthusiasm, drive. You know, it's sexual, but it's also confidence. When that solar plexus is activated, you are assertive, you go for what you want. If there's possibility of a promotion, or a pay rise, or to grow your business, or to start a business, or to, you know, just be damn good at what you do, that's the Queen of Wands energy, and she's attractive when she does it, and she looks good when she does it. You know, it's being incredibly self-motivated, self-driven, passionate about what you do. And they apply that into love as well, but it's more because it's Aries energy, Leo, Sagittarius. It tends to be like that people are very self-motivated when it comes to career, but they're good looking as well. And they don't really stop, you know, it's like go, 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 like relentless passion, like fire. Like, there's a very upbeat person, they will listen to music, they will be like very upbeat, and they haven't really got time to be emotional about stuff. It's that kind of like relentless drive, which can be too much for earth signs, but earth signs are attracted to it because it pulls them forwards. That's just talking about that has made me like think that maybe this is you, Taurus. Maybe you're the King of Cups. You're headed towards victory, but taking it slow, you know? And then you meet someone that just like really, because this doesn't determine gender. Having a king and a queen does not determine gender. What it does is it says this person, I think it represents you. I might change my mind, but the moment I'm going to say this is you, Taurus, you're chilled, you're mellow, you are approachable, you come off really kind. You know, all this water is emotion, the King of Cups. So you could be very compassionate, very generous of heart towards the people around you. You could come across really calm. That's going to really mellow out the Queen of Wands, who's like, as I said, upbeat, go, 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 you know, can't stop, won't stop, burns the candle. Is that the right thing? Burning the candle at both ends, like work hard, play hard. They burn themselves out doing that. They run out of fuel, and they like actually having someone to ground them and pull them down. So you've got, with you being Taurus, you've got earth energy, but you're nice watery at the moment as well, and it put that fire out, you know, in a good way. You know, force this person to calm down a little bit because they don't know when to stop. Fire signs, they actually don't know when to stop. They burn themselves out. So interesting. That's really interesting. I'm quite excited about this, to see how this develops. We can't see any more into the future, but you both seem to be ready. Both very healthy people. Don't forget this person showing up as an emperor. So they might not see you coming, and you're not trying to come at them. I don't think you're aware of each other. So I don't know if you're going to meet in work or somewhere that you both frequent, and it's, you know, somehow the universe is manifesting this in for you. It's because you're ready. Should we get a timing? When's this emperor going to come in for Taurus, please? Not anytime soon. How rude is that? How rude is that? I don't mean it, Spirit. I don't mean it. Why not? Okay. Let's find out a bit more about this person. Why have they got the Page of Wands reversed? Why are they not excited for love right now? What happened to them in the past? Okay, quite a lot. Quite a lot by the looks of it. Oh my god, look at this. That's a really aggressive card. I found that quite upsetting. Someone was abusive towards them. Don't worry that this person was abusive. That's not the case. It's what they've had to deal with in the past. It's making me feel very upset, actually, but he could actually have been hit or witnessed abuse. It's very traumatic, you know, even to be in the presence of someone who is smashing a place up, smashing property. That is intimidation, it's violence, it's threatening, you know, you do not feel safe in that. So whether they experience that as a child or an adult, you're walking on eggshells, just waiting, constantly waiting, aren't you, for the next outburst. That's horrible, actually. And yet they've become an emperor. Late bloomer, well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because I'm just thinking of a couple of different things. But if they've experienced trauma, they may have just decided relationships aren't for them, okay? And work is something that they can control. Or they could have dealt with a multitude of people in the past. Don't forget, an emperor tends to be someone who's past middle age. So you could have dealt with different characters. Like, that could be one person or two people. That could be one person or two people. Someone who's, you know, immature. You know, it's all about, you know, getting off with people, but not, yeah, short time, not a long time. Or, you know, they're just irresponsible, or they're just there for fun, they're just shallow. You know, which sometimes that's fine if that's all you want, but not if the person promises a relationship and then does a 180 or a 360 on you. What's this? Distant. So far away, physically and emotionally, see if you can rekindle the passion again. They've experienced I mean, this is like general upsetting stuff that happens in normal relationships as well, where for no particular reason, you know, your partner just goes distant on you, and that's really hard because you know you've not done anything to deserve it. I found that happens at like the 3-year mark for me. Devilish, trouble follows them, tempting, addictive charm. So then you got people who are promiscuous, who are naughty, they like drama, you know, people who attempt to wreck homes and, you know, have multiple people on the go and not tell them. And yeah, it's just a game. It's a game to them. Like that's more, you know, the fact says devilish is more nasty, isn't it? It's more premeditated. It takes two. Someone's not committed, incompatible, conflicted. Because so many cards have come out, I think this is different experiences that this person's had with the age that they are and the amount of experience they've got. I just think they've been through it, like, and some of us have. Some people, you know, meet the one they want to be with after a few years of, you know, having these kind of experiences, and then that's them pretty much sorted. And then, you know, if you're like me, you get to the age of being an emperor and you've lived all of this many times over, you know, so you can get to a point where you're just like, do you know what, I'm just going to focus on career for a year or two, like actually you like choose not to have any of this disrupt my peace, and I want to see what I can do while I'm not having any of this going on, because you can't control other people, you know. Let's see if we can get a bit more. Reciprocal lines. Navigate boundaries with grace, mastering the art of give and take in harmony. So this is what they're trying to achieve going forwards, is they just want equal give and take. And that's on their side. And that's exactly what you're looking for, because that's what's on your side. Yeah? Equal give and take, stability, equal give and take, reciprocity. Yeah, it's the same thing. It takes two people being healthy minded, physically healthy, mentally healthy, emotionally healthy. I would say financially healthy is ideal, but it's just very difficult, isn't it? Because I've been that person that's not had my finances together, and I wasn't trying to like get anything out of anyone or anything. But you have got to be wary of people coming at you who don't have a good financial situation, just in case they mean to take advantage. And I would find it bizarre. I don't personally look for love. I shy away from love. Oh, thank you. Hi, Very Medbeard. Thank you, Shruti. That's really kind. Your self-esteem, your ego's affected when things aren't going well financially. So you might get sexually involved with people, but you're not going to present yourself for anything like this. You know, you might do if you're younger and you're naive and you just don't really understand what it takes these days to run a house and acquire a house. It takes both of you earning money, earning good money. You know, in the UK, you will need to be earning 20 to 30k, both of you, to get a home. And if it's you by yourself, you know, 30 to 40k, easy is what you need. So, you know, you can't control when you find love, can you? So even though this person's got plenty, they're just not. You can see that they're just so over it. They're so over it right now. It'd have to be someone really special to get this person's eye. And it looks like that's you, Taurus. Which is, you know, that's great. Because you're looking for fairness. You're not looking to screw them over. Let's see. These are new. This is a brand new Oracle deck. Let's see what comes out. It's got some different options in here to what I've got in my existing Oracle decks. So I'm quite excited about these, just in case there's anything else that we could find out about this Emperor. A couple of things have come out. Yeah, look, Spirit's confirming what I thought. So they've been used like a puppet. Imagine having the intelligence, the wisdom, the kindness, and the resources of an emperor, being that important, having that much responsibility, being a good person, and yet what you've received is manipulation, lies, and control, being used, you know, like a puppet. They've been involved with really not nice people, okay? Oh, there's a few here, look. Fake friends. See, this is what I mean by other options coming out, because you can get screwed over by business partners. That happens so much in business, guys. Like, I've seen it so many times, like, and it's real life stuff. People close to me have been screwed over in business. Like, they've worked with that business partner for years. You know, imagine the number of meals that you'd have with their family and your family, and the trust involved for so many years, and then one day they just take everything, just clear the account. It's just mad what happens. But I don't know if it's a business partner or your friends they've grown up with or friends they thought they'd made. But sometimes it happens that, and it never should, but sometimes it happens that your partner, your spouse, has an affair with your best mate or something like this, and it's just like, what on earth? Like, what on earth? Like, can you imagine the betrayal from something like that? Oh my God. I feel really bad for this person. Like, that is really... Doesn't that look like a wrecked home? And I can't even, just to go further, I don't know why this is coming in my mind, but if you walked in on your spouse with your best friend, God, I would never trust anyone again. I just never would. I would never trust anyone. That'd be awful. It's never happened to me, thank God, but you just don't know what's coming up, do you? Let's get a confession from the Emperor now. I don't believe that you know this person. I don't think you've got the foggiest who this is. And I don't think they know you exist yet, because it's not coming in anytime soon. Remember. But let's just see what's going on in their heart. Hope you haven't moved on. Could be someone that you've dealt with previously, but I don't think it is. I need to heal. Oh my God. I need to heal my inner child wounds. If it is someone that you have dealt with, think about people that you've dealt with who are past middle age. They've lived a lot in their life. They could have opened up to you about a childhood wound. And they've had a whole lot of drama in their life. They seem to have some, what's the word? They're carrying a lot of emotional baggage, you know, but they don't present that. They do not present that way. The Emperor is presenting upright there. Very well thought of, responsible, committed, reliable, committed, responsible. They come across like this, but this is what is going on inside. So have a think if there's someone in your life that you're aware of that presents like that, but you know that to be the case. I mean, there's not really a need to clarify any further because we've got all of our answers answered, but I'll pull these cards just in case. Don't mind that one, it was just already upside down. Love, unconditional love, self-love, oneness, passion, affection, attraction. They're just trying to exercise self-love because it hasn't worked the other way around, okay? Which is really effing sad. Imagine getting to this age and just thinking, I've got me to rely upon. Oh, give it time. I think they need a bit more time in them. They need a little bit more time to exercise like self-love and like just have like no drama. It's like you're mirroring each other, but not because you know each other. It's two souls that are supposed to have a divine contract in the future. And you, like I say, you may know each other, but I only pulled those just to see what's going on in their heart. Some of you won't have met this person, but you could have, and you never got to have a relationship with them. Like there might have been, you know, sneaky linking or something on the down low, or they self-sabotaged it or something like that because they weren't like emotionally available. I think that's why they need more time. Right, where am I up to, guys? I need to get messages, don't I? You can tell I'm hungover because I've nearly done an hour for you reading. It got emotional with this one, didn't it? It did get emotional. Oh my God, that's lovely. I never imagined so much perfection. Definitely. They've got it bad. Well, they're going to have it bad. They find it difficult to emotionally open up because this is what they're guarding, okay? They're guarding their heart. And they could be really embarrassed about how they've been treated by other people. Or just, you know, like, if you're an emperor, you need everyone to be confident in you. You've got a lot of responsibility, a lot of people relying on you. You don't like to, especially if you're a father or a mother, you do not like to show your children that you are struggling. I'm not a parent, but I know people who are parents, and I have my own parents, and they all hide their emotions from their children. You matter. This person, like, my God, if you treat this person well, they will, like, they're never going to let you down. No matter what someone's done to them and what people have done to them, they're never going to do that to you. It's a strong person, a very strong person, but a damaged person, like, still. Interesting. I want a fresh start with you. It could be someone that you've had some sort of dealing with in the past and it got derailed. They want a do-over. Or you want a do-over. Stop it. Stop it. I'm changing my... just having a few thoughts now because I want a fresh start with you. You already know. Because I identified this one as you and this one as them. But we could see that one as them and that one as you. Either way, you balance each other out. I don't know. It's just a thought I had in my head that there could be a vibe of, like, because they're an emperor, they could have had a family and a spouse and you might have been the other person. I'm just spitballing here. It doesn't mean it's the case. They could just be Aries, Leo, Sagittarius placements to come out as a Queen of Wands, but you know that Queen of Wands can be third party vibes as well. I do think this is more you though. And I do think they could be showing up as fire because they're growing and expanding their finances. Right, so we've done messages from them. Now it's time to get advice. It's not going to be anytime soon. And Spirit doesn't want us to know because they've got it all in hand. Okay. What's this? Sparks. Keep the sparks flying. Surprise each other with gestures of love. Imperfections. Love is a beautiful mess. Embrace its imperfections. That's nice. That's nice. Embrace its imperfections. You don't have to be perfect individuals when you meet each other. Often you'll have more appreciation of one another when you do find each other because you know that it's quite unique. You're quite lucky to have found what you found. You will take care of it. You will work to protect it, to show it respect, time, love, energy, you know, maintain it and keep it safe. Because you've had to really wait, you know, for it to arrive and experience, you know, really bad. What you wouldn't take it for granted, let's say that. and they won't. Okay, Spirit, what's your advice for Taurus? I think this is someone you're manifesting in the future. You don't know when it's going to happen, but it's certainly going to happen. What's your advice for Taurus? Take the helm. Be in control of your own ship. See, I find that difficult as a Taurus. Like, I've learned to take the helm in my own life. Thinking about that, you're supposed to have a period of time where you become independent, okay, financially, emotionally, physically, practically, every way possible. And I'm not saying you're not allowed to be around other people, but you don't need to be in love. You don't need to be in a relationship. It's good for you how you are at the moment, Taurus. See, that's why you're not allowed to have it straight away. You're in a period of your life where you're making your own stability and you're realising you're actually like getting so much peace and success and prosperity and abundance. Whatever you're doing right now is working really, really well for you, and you deserve to have stability. The thing about Taurus is you're ruled by Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, and you love to be in love, and you also love things that look nice. So you can get tempted easily, I think. I think you can get very easily tempted because you're so won over by what people look like. I'm not saying that you're shallow, but you definitely love to look at like nice things, nice people. So we all do it. We all let people get away with more than what we should because of the way they look. And that's just being human. Just being human. But you get your fingers burnt, right? So it's good that you're just having lots of balance, lots of success right now. Okay? You're getting yourself nice and stable, nice and abundant, into a nice position so you can meet this emperor halfway. Because that's what they deserve, and they're not going to look at anyone who's you might be ready now because you're all in different situations. This is a collective reading, but to make sure you're all ready for this emperor, and that they're ready to accept you, it's going to take a little bit more time in the oven, right? What have I just said? What have I just said? Shiny things can be people that look good, okay? Or people that you thought would be a smart match. And we all do that. Every sign does it. Every person does a bit of this, where you think, oh, I'd have a really good life if I got with them. They look good and they got lots of like money, or they're from a wealthy family. I used to be loads like that. Because I was unconfident in my own ability to make money for myself, make good money for myself. And I've been through a whole journey in my like 40 years. I've been through a whole journey of just becoming a totally different person, you know, to who I was 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago. And it's still happening. So I think there's very important growth going on, and I wouldn't rush it. There's no need to rush it. And Taurus ages well, okay, because you're ruled by Venus, so you're also very good looking, and you will continue to be good looking at 80 and 90 years old, so you don't have to rush anything at all. You're becoming attractive because you're just glowing, like, out of knowing that you're able to make enough money for yourself that you don't need anyone. You're self-made. You've worked hard for what you've got. You understand the value of money because you've had to wait a long time to have a lot of money, or the amount of money that you're aiming for. Because we're all aiming for like different amounts, but I just think you're enjoying like who you're becoming. Does that make sense? Right, last advice. I tell you what, it's good that you're getting extra long readings, because I won't be able, I thought about this, I need to tell you I won't be able to do them the weekend that I'm away, which is next weekend. I won't be able to do readings that weekend, so you're getting like extra long ones today, which is good. And a lot more will have changed if we have a 2-week break. The voice of the heart. I silence the fear in me and discover the voice of my heart. The fruit of these words guides me. I trust the song of my soul. My intuition leads me on the path of light. I told you. This is exactly where you're supposed to be right now, Taurus. This is where you're supposed to be. Okay, like in your journey of who you're becoming. Beautiful stuff's happening. You're taking the helm in your own life. You're being more like at a distance from shiny things. I'm not saying you don't, you know, get some of what you want sometimes, but you are not getting pushed around by, you know, by other people in love and sex anymore. You're just not doing it. You don't need it. You pick and you choose it, and you might be staying away totally from it for much longer periods than you were. You're more focused on material wealth. You'll always be a lover, but you're an eternal optimist as well as being a hopeless romantic. You're an eternal optimist. So once even when you've had your heart stomped on lots and lots and lots of times, you will strive, you will swim for the surface, and you'll come out better every time. Every time. Okay, so this is, I think, as you get older, you realise that, and you become like unstoppable. So congratulations, Taurus, and this is going to be really nice in the future. Right, let's put these cards back and let's get it moving. Anyway, it's Taurus season, so yeah, it's Taurus season, so you know, Taurus getting a longer reading. And as I say, I won't be able to do readings next weekend because I'm away all weekend, so for my own birthday. Well, I wonder who that Emperor is. I wonder if any of you have got an idea who that is, because some of you will know who that is. Some of you, it might not be someone that you've ever known. And again, it could be a man or a woman. Okay, it's just someone who's in a masculine energy, and we've all got masculine and feminine energy. We just switch between those energies and how much we have of them. You can't heal inner child wounds overnight. You can't do it in a few months. That's a lifetime's work, that. Because can you imagine like trying not to just go into an automatic response to stuff when you've done it for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years? How do you stop going into an automatic response to stuff that you've done for decades? Like, if it's child wounds, then it's, you know, coping mechanisms. They had to cope, and they have done. But it doesn't mean that it's like normal responses to certain things. It's trauma response to stuff. Right, I need to remember that this is different decks now. Okay, let's go on to Gemini. The twins. You're a game of two halves, Gemini. Like, we never know what we're going to get with you. Split personality. I'm loving you putting the signs up in the chat. Thank you very much, Beard. That's really helpful. The only, like, I've done moderation for a largest tarot, but the only thing that you find is you're so busy trying to be a really good moderator that you can't enjoy the readings yourself and just listen to the readings. But then you feel kind of proud, you know, that you're helping and stuff. So it is nice. It's nice that people trust you with their channel. I just couldn't keep doing it for him because I've started my teaching course and he's in America and I'm in the UK and the time zones are just messing with me. So I said, you'll either have to like do your videos earlier or, you know, just let someone else do it because I just couldn't, I could not have like done it while I was doing my teacher training. Okay, spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Gemini's highest good. How is Gemini feeling in these final days of April 2025 and the beginning days of May 2025 with regards to what they're thinking about or dealing with or manifesting in the future? 3 cards for how Gemini is feeling, please. The Tower, Aries energy, fire energy. Yeah, life can get in the way, but I think like if you can help someone for a while, like they don't forget, do they? Like I still watch him now. A Tower moment is major change and it's upright, so it's happening. Okay. It may have already happened because it's the first card out in your spread, Gemini. Towers they're intimidating looking cards, but it's change that needs to happen. And afterwards, the landscape of your life will not be the same. For example, real life situations where there's a tower could be someone breaking up with you, or you breaking up with them, or you're kept apart by somebody because immigration rules change, or, you know, a tower can be caused by you. It can be caused by another person, or it can be caused by external realities. Like your boss could say, I've got to make a certain number of people redundant because you know, the company's going under. It's not their fault. Do you know what I mean? It's not your fault. It's not them as a person. It's external realities that are bigger. Okay. You could, you know, become pregnant and your whole life would change, wouldn't it? It just does. You could move abroad, you could elope, you could immigrate, you know. What replaces it is something much better though. So even though it's not comfortable, I'm never comfortable with change, but I actively bring it about. I don't find it easy, but I know it's necessary. I know it's going to happen, and sometimes prompting change is better than just waiting for change. Or change is how you get to, you know, a better position, even though it doesn't feel comfortable. It's necessary, and that's being dynamic and jumping from one stepping stone to the next before you're pushed. Sometimes it can feel really good to navigate through life like that. It's very empowering. But as I say, sometimes you choose it, sometimes the other person chooses it, and sometimes life chooses it. You know, the universe is making a tower moment happen. So I don't know in this case. Let's see what else comes out. It could have already happened. The fact that it's the first card out in the spread, there could have already been some sort of major change. But what replaces it is even better. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that. For example, if someone broke up with you, it would never feel like a good thing. But in 5 years' time, you might think, fucking hell, I'm so glad. Like, I am so glad that I'm not still with that person, because I would be sorted with them. But I've become like a totally different person since then, and like I've outgrown them. It wouldn't have been right. Sometimes you can't see at the time that the change is good. Happens at workplaces as well. King of Swords reversed. Right, this is very like air energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and you are Gemini. Swords is air, so it's thoughts and communication. The King of Swords is very factual, very logical, very intelligent. They love to deal with the facts and things that are known to be true. They love to gather information and do lots of research and then make decisive action that's well thought out. It involves a lot of strategy. A lot of thinking happens before any moves are made. A lot of thinking. And sometimes a lot of talking as well. Thinking a lot, talking a lot, and then a small bit of doing. You know, the preparation is key with the King of Swords. When a Swords card is reversed, the sword's being wielded in a way it's dangerous. And when you're using swords in a way that are dangerous, you can cut someone really deep with the things that you're saying, or, you know, it could be nasty words, it could be manipulative behaviour, so it's lies, deception, or it could be someone who's blocking communication. You know, an aggressive way of communicating can be passive aggressive, you know, like just refuse to speak, go silent, disappear. So it's something negative because it's reversed. Whether it's no communication and you've gone silent with someone, or whether you've said things maybe in a way that was too blunt, or you're trying to manipulate someone a little bit using that intelligence for bad, I don't know. Maybe you've caused a tower, or you've experienced a tower and it's made you be a certain way. Let's get one more for how you're feeling. The Temperance, so beginning to manage emotions really well now, coming into balance. The Major for Sagittarius. The Temperance is about managing anger and managing emotion, like you know, upset, anger, bringing it into balance, getting tempered, you know. Imagine like a pendulum that's swinging really evenly, where it was kind of swinging up one way and swinging up the other, really dramatically. It's everything's coming into a nice balance with temperance in managing your emotions now really well. You could be involved with someone, but let's see what comes out and then let's make a decision. They've got the Devil. Okay, now that's interesting that in the same position where you've got the Tower, they've got the Devil. The Devil is the major arcana for Capricorn, so you could be dealing with a Capricorn, or you could be dealing with someone who's got addiction, or they're obsessive when it comes to something, or this person was your addiction or obsession, or, you know, they were toxic to you somehow. And there was a Tower moment. What is that? Is it just ash? It's off the shelves. I was freaked out, but it's just off the shelves. The Devil's upright, so this person could be controlling, they could be obsessive, they could have a negative, you know, behaviour about them. Or they could just, yeah, they could just be like fixated on you. Well, that's assuming that you're involved with them. Let's see what else comes out before we like rush into that. The Four of Cups reversed is a good reversal. It's someone who's becoming open to communication, offers of emotion from others once again, where they used to be shut off. Perhaps that's their toxic thing, is that they were closed off to. Again, they could just be a Capricorn, couldn't they? But they could have been someone that was hell-bent on not opening up to others, and like, to a point where it's like really unhealthy. Not opening up emotionally, I mean like ooh, that's weird the way that came out. It like forced its way out and flew across and landed sideways. It's the Queen of Wands. So you know what I'm going to say? That can represent a third party in love connections. However, doesn't have to. Wands is passion, it's fire, it's Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, heavy Sagittarius energy. Doesn't have to be a woman, it can be a man, but it's someone who's very attractive, seductive, you know, good looking, sexy, in touch with their sexuality. One's a phallic, but they're ambitious, they're confident, they're assertive, they're go, 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 very upbeat. This is the challenge for this person. So something to do with like their sexuality or their confidence has been knocked, whether that's in work, you know, in general, like assertiveness in life. But they've been emotionally knocked, and it's knocked their confidence or like how they feel about their looks, or maybe they've always had issues, you know, over that, and that's their devil, their dark side. Let's see. Let's get 3 for the outcome. It's quite an interesting one, this one. I mean, they're a queen, so you could be involved. You could be married to this person or in a seriously long-term relationship. You could have children with this person. Or you could both just have like a lot of responsibilities. But it's interesting that we've got a Tower and the Devil. Let's see what comes out. What is going on here? Holy moly. Okay, let's take it calmly and go through cards from the back one at a time. We'll describe them and then it becomes clear. I have to think out loud. Okay, so the Hierophant is the major arcana for Taurus. The Hierophant is someone who has learned their lessons. Now, it's upright, so this is a very wise person. They've had so much experience in life that they're no longer the student, they've become the teacher, and they enjoy to share their experiences with others because they think it might help other people, like prevent them from making the mistakes they've made. Okay, the Justice, so Libra, the Scales of Justice. Major arcana for Libra, it's reversed, so something's unfair, it's unjust, or something to do with the justice system. So it could be a divorce or a marriage. The Five of Cups is loss, grief, sadness, regret, and it's upright. So there's been maybe betrayal in a marriage, or just the breaking down of a marriage, you know, which happens. And sometimes it's no one's fault. The Emperor upright, someone's come into their power and another person is struggling to heal. And then we've got the Judgment reversed. So if someone's ignoring a call to action, it could be this Queen of Cups because they're struggling to heal. Of course, it could also be that this is one person's emotions, but I don't know. If you're the Emperor, you're all four kings, and it could be that you're just struggling emotionally to act, but there's a deterioration or loss of a marriage, I think, from what I'm seeing here. And maybe someone's refusing to leave it. You could have left this person because you're going to leave this person, or you're considering leaving this person because they've been toxic. They got the Devil. Their challenge is either a loss of confidence or overconfidence with the way they look or how they behave. There could have been infidelity or just disrespectful flirting. You know, in a way that it's like, what are you doing? I don't know. That's just an example, but sometimes you're forced to just end something because you don't understand the other person's behaviour. You can't control it. Maybe they don't even understand it, you know. If it's a toxic behaviour, they might not even know that it's wrong. Narcissists don't know what they're doing is wrong. That's the only thing that they know, and they won't change it because it's how they're hardwired. They're just emulating and reflecting back to your emotions. They're not actually experiencing them. And I'm not saying that this person's a narcissist, but it's an option. It's a possibility. They could just be a Capricorn, you know, who's flirty or who is insecure somehow. Yeah, look, we've got a family card here with the Ten of Cups. Ten of Cups is upright, but what's it with? Ace of Cups reversed, Nine of Wands reversed. I think there's a divorce happening because we've got the Wounded Warrior card with the Nine of Cups upright. That's reversed, so we're dropping the burdens. Imagine each one of those wands being a challenge and continuing to take these challenges and fight for your marriage and fight to work on it because you're a loyal person and you're a good person that just wants it to work for you, for them, for the kids, for everyone. And then you just get to breaking point and you're like, fuck it, I'm not doing this anymore. Or like, that's too far now. Like, that's not okay. You know, something's done that's just unforgivable. The Ace of Cups, you know, it breaks our heart. The love that we had for that person is lost. That cup is upside down, so the emotion's being poured out of it. And it was an Ace of Cups, so it was being in love, and it's become, you know, having no love left for that person or for ourselves. Like, you know, if you like lose respect for yourself, it could also be that, or having a lack of love for yourself. I think the cup's being poured out because here we're trying to find happiness for the entire family, for us, for our children, for our parents, for anyone that this affects in the household, pets, anyone. We need to consider the happiness of the whole family. And maybe it's not nice for the people living in the household to observe this toxic relationship. Not just to observe it, but to live in it, to live in that heightened emotion, you know, passive aggressiveness, people not talking to each other, people slamming doors, people smashing things up. Who knows? It doesn't look like altercations, but you can still sense when your mum and dad don't love each other anymore. You can still sense that or witness it, and it's not nice. It doesn't make you feel good. It hurts you in your heart. So I think the Tower is happening because you've decided you're not dealing with this anymore. Something unjust happened in this marriage, and the love is gone now, and we're coming into our power. I don't know, because it's got the Judgment reversed, hasn't it? Which is a lack of action. Hi, welcome into the chat. Hi, Puma. Hi, Anna. Hi, Carter. Okay, I don't know which to say. K Carter TV. Queen of Cups reversed, Judgment reversed. But then we have got action, because that's what it was first of all, and now we've got, yeah, I thought that because then we got the dropping of the burdens, didn't we? The Ace of Cups, the loss of love. We're not in love with this person anymore, and we're thinking of the family. Let's get one final one for the outcome. I knew there was a reason why I went in that direction. Let's get one final one for the outcome. And I think with the King of Swords, it's like you're giving someone a telling off, or you're just not discussing it anymore. Like, I don't know. It's a cold decision. It's based off the facts, based off logic. It just doesn't make sense to continue. Then we've got the Three of Pentacles. So possibly for the good of the family, you're going to just cooperate and try to be amicable in the separation, or just be civil, you know, like, because there's no need to, you know, you can accept defeat, and then just be as cooperative as possible, because it always is worse to argue or display, you know, heightened emotion in front of children, or, you know, it just hurts more, I think, when you make it difficult. So Three of Pentacles is cooperation, it's teamwork. 3 is a number of community. It's doing what needs to be done for a cooperative outcome. Whether that's, you know, just living together but not being together, or getting into separate homes, you know, for peacitude. That's it's good that it's upright. Right, let's see what is this Devil card about. They could just be Capricorn. But we'll see what the issues are on this side. And I'm not saying it's ever just one person, because we're all human. And things lead us up to stuff like this. It doesn't mean that we're just, messed up. Sometimes stuff's happened to us earlier on in our lives. Sometimes we're not getting treated right, so we, break out of what agreement we're in. Sometimes we are just tempted. I don't know. Let's see what this person's got going on. Don't forget, we've got the Queen of Wands, so they could be a fire sign. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, heavy Sagittarius. Dream world. Living in a fantasy land, illusions and not real love. So perhaps they felt like there wasn't love anymore, and that's why they were looking for emotion elsewhere. Sometimes when we get married, we know that this isn't our person, and we marry anyway because of stuff that's in our head or our hearts at the time. I know I've consciously got into relationships and planned a family and done all kinds of stuff because my emotions were not in the right place, and then I undid it all, and I didn't regret undoing it. I just regret. You can't really regret, because I was just. You can only make decisions with the information and the emotion that you have at the time. You can't really regret anything that you weren't in control of. You were that way as a result of what happened before that, so it just is what it is, right? I know loads of people that have got married knowing when they had that wedding dress on that wasn't their person. And there must be loads of men that have done that. There must be loads. Or you were in love and then the love left, and it's no one's fault. Let's see. I don't know why I'm pulling more from there. We've got our answer. Let's get from a different. See if we can develop it. I'm quite sure as well there's people who've got married that have never been in love. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's experience is different. Playful innocence. Embrace a childish spirit where baby steps lead to joy and not seriousness. I think this person could have had ideas about what success looks like. Like when you're younger, you're very influenced by, I need to get married by a certain age. I want to have this many children. I want to do those milestones that other people are doing. And I must do it by a certain age, or I must achieve a certain lifestyle. And so they've picked something because it ticks certain boxes. I'm seeing it in that direction, like they achieved and obtained something that didn't actually make them happy. They got to certain milestones. I see loads of people do that as well, where it's like, well, they'll do for now, or, well, I don't think they'll leave me, so I'll be with them, or like they also want a child now, so I'll be with them. I don't know, like people make the decisions that they make for whatever reason. But it just didn't fulfill this person in the end. And so this is what happens. We can't always assume that everything's premeditated. We're just working with the experience, information, and emotions that we have so far or at the time. Oh, thank you. Thanks. If that's resonating, that's great. I tried to suggest a number of different things because I can't know every person's. I was not a fly on the wall, do you know what I mean? But I think it's just good to like try to see what tarot's done for me is helped me to see what the other person's experience was genuinely, rather than like think nasty things and that it was premeditated. Because in my 20s, that's what I felt all the time, was that someone was out to get me. You know, that guys were shit and they were constantly planning and plotting things against me. Now I just think they're just hurting people, or, you know, there's probably loads more going on that you'll never know, or they may talk to you about it a bit, but only to the point where they're comfortable, or, you know, I think a lot of people don't even know what they're doing, or they do, but they're not open to discussing it. And I don't think they're always going to be that way. It's just phases of our life, isn't it? Photograph, looking at your photos, missing you, nostalgia, make new memories. I think this Capricorn or this person, they could be Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, they don't have to be. I think they have a desire to make new memories elsewhere. And say this Tower moment could have come to you, Gemini, and been, you know, put on you, and that's why you feel this is unjust, and you've genuinely grieved for it, and then you've decided to release the burdens and just move forward with a happy family life. And so you become amicable, at least, with one another, civil with one another, you know, cooperative. I've not pulled from the new Oracle deck. Let's see if we can get anything else. Shit. A situation is about to explode. Things are about to pop off in flames. This is it, isn't it? This is it. It might be a bit of a journey to get to the point where you decide to cooperate. It's not always a decision, is it? You emotionally have to feel the hurt in order to heal. You have to feel it first, and that's not good. That's not comfortable. But for it already to show up in the outcome of the Three of Pentacles, I think you will cooperate quite quickly. I don't think... It's like how long is a piece of string, isn't it? With when you compare divorces or separations, some people are able to function in a way that's healthier, quicker, and others never get over it. And they make it as difficult as possible. And for everyone else, it's anywhere in between. Seen a lot of that as well. I would try to always comment in a careful way as well if you're dealing with friends who are separating, because sometimes, and this can happen and has happened, people I know, they get back together. So you don't want to be that person that's bitched about them and said all kinds of shit, and then you gotta like gulp when you see that they've like reconciled and got back together. Let's get a confession from this person. I want to commit to you. I'm scared to let someone in. You deserve more than I can give you. So they didn't mean to do this indiscretion or let you down, but they failed to emotionally like feel fulfilled and open up in this properly, and they realized that you don't deserve it. You are a high value person, Gemini, and this person knows that. Okay, it's not that they don't think that you're high value, it's their problem, and they're fully accountable for that. They know that and they're aware of it. Ooh, gambling, problems with addiction or gambling, bad finances. That may not be for everyone, but finances could have been an issue here. Gambling, being a shopaholic, you know, or just bad with money generally. Doesn't have to be, but it's come up. And we did have the devil come up for someone. Right, where am I up to? Messages from them. Let's get messages from them. Oh, I can't even look at you right now. They feel really bad. I feel like that's the Five of Cups. Grief, sadness, loss, regret. Could be arguments after something bad was said. I don't know. Could be Five of Swords, do you know what I mean? But I think it's Five of Cups, like the sense of like guilt. I would do anything for you. So I feel like that's a Ten of Cups, you know, they're unhappy to have like come to this outcome. They feel hurt at the loss of, they know what they've lost with this familial bliss that they once had. Do you think about me too? Ace of Wands, that's over the Queen of Wands. So I don't know if that's what they're thinking with regards to someone outside of this, or they're going to try to ask for a rebirth of this marriage or forgiveness initially. Sometimes you want to kind of feel absolved of guilt and worry, even if you know you ain't got that person back. You just don't want them to hate you anymore. Like, even if you like thought you were right or whatever, you just don't want to be on bad terms with someone. Like, what if something happens to that person in a year's time or 6 months' time, and that's how things were left, and you've had children with them or made lovely memories with them? Sometimes you just don't want that animosity between you, that ill feeling between you, because it hurts. It's hard work to be angry and upset all the time. You matter. I want a fresh start with you. So Spirit's making it obvious now that this is what someone wants. Maybe these are your feelings then, Capricorn. Sorry, I shouldn't call you Capricorn because you might not be. I think someone said it in the chat, so started talking to them. We have got Taurus with the Hierophant, we've got Libra with the Justice, we've got Aries with the Emperor, we've got the Queen of Cups reversed. I want a fresh start with you. So many cups and wands. There's no sword. Oh no, there is swords because you're showing up as the King of Swords reversed. There was a lot of swords behaviour. So much emotion with all the cups though. Very few pentacles, you know, only as the final outcome. At the very end of the outcome, we got the Three of Pentacles. So it does feel like a marriage because there's so many cups. And you're showing up as a king and a queen. Definitely. Definitely dropping the burdens, but can't see a way forward in terms of love. You know, it's like too much has happened, really. It's water under the bridge now for the sake of the kids, family life, we'll cooperate with the Three of Pentacles so we can, you know, keep Ten of Cups as much as we can. I want to get you drunk. I think they're going to struggle sometimes when they're dealing with you. For the, you know, you have to contact each other to work out child arrangements or finances, division of assets. You may choose to help each other with finding new homes and stuff like this, moving furniture, pets, distribution, and, you know, custody and stuff like this. Sometimes they're going to really like struggle with this, you know, if they have too much to drink or they feel emotional, they might have too much to drink, something like this. But it's just trying to move forward, isn't it? It's difficult, but we're human. What is all this? Toxicity. Toxic relationships can drain your energy and self-worth. Beware. Okay, so you're going to need to be kind to yourselves. Do a lot to heal. Make sure you give yourself time, not just in the gym, because that's pushing yourself, but actually book a massage or actually sit in a steam room and feel the relief of the weight of your muscles and everything just being pulled down, your breathing being slowed down in that steam, you know, and just get comforted by, you know, the harshness of like gravity pulling you down onto the sort of hard surfaces, and you've just got to sort of give in, haven't you, and manage your breathing and slow it down. And the warmth you get, I think it's like being in the womb again when you when you go in the steam room. I love it. Swimming is really, really good for anxiety as well, because that manages your breathing. You have to slow it, and you have to supported, you know, so you're not feeling the weight of your body or taking any pressure. You're supported in every way by the water, and it slows down your breathing, and your mental health is really improved with swimming. But you need to take care of yourself. Do not punish yourself. Heartbreak is part of human experience. It will pass. These cards are really pretty, aren't they? Wish. Someone you wished for is coming into your life. So there is, you know, there's new memories in the future with new people. Attraction. You are attracting the right person at the right time in your life. You know, so there's always, you think like this moment's going to last forever. It's not going to, okay? It's just a place in time. What do I need to still do? Is it advice time? It's advice time, isn't it? If this is resonating for Gemini, what's your advice? Opportunity. You will prove yourself and discover if you brave the rough seas. So although the idea of putting yourself out there for new love or daring to be optimistic about having love in the future just seems ridiculous right now, don't let this experience close you off to it, because you deserve to be happy, you deserve to feel in love, fulfilled. Don't put on, you know, future people. Give people the time and the opportunity to show themselves. Someone who's a good person and ready for love won't leave you in any doubt. They'll be there, they'll be calm, they'll be drama free, they'll be happy to see you, they'll look nice, make an effort for you, and they'll let you take your time. And they'll let you know that they're thinking about you. They won't like make it difficult for you to know that they're into you. Like, you'll know. They won't leave you in any doubt. if you have to try to work out if someone likes you, or you know, they forget to message you, or they keep cancelling, or you're just like, where have they disappeared to? That's a game player, so you just don't. Someone who's into you will be like, you know, straightforward from day one. They won't leave you in any doubt, and they won't leave you for long, so they'll know that you're hot property. You know, guys who I've had very serious relationships with, every couple of days they've got a new date arranged and they've picked what we're doing, and it's like full steam ahead, because they know if they're not moving quickly that you'll get nabbed by someone else. They're working quick to get exclusivity with you, but to prove to you that they can, you know, they see your worth. So you would get those signs and signals straight away, and they won't leave anyone else to get you. And this isn't sexist, but it's like a healthy thing with. So I don't know when it comes to same-sex relationships how it works, but certainly, like for me as a female that's quite traditional, I need to see the right signs from a guy. And the ones that have turned into fantastic relationships, they've not left it any time. Like they're very like on the ball, because they don't want anyone else to have you. They realise that you're high value. And then the ones that are game players, you know, they won't get in touch for like 3 days to just make it clear like they're calling the shots, blah blah blah. And then you just think, you put them in like dickhead category. Like I can't imagine going on a date, like taking a girl on a date and then never texting her to say thank you for a lovely evening. Like, you know that's a good guy when they text you to say that, like, and then they're texting you like the next morning because they're just ecstatic to have met you. Like, oh, it's lovely, so nice. But you get all kinds. Yeah, oh my god, if you forget my birthday, like, that's horrible. That would really hurt my heart, and I'd be so pissed off. Only because I would never forget. I treat boyfriends like they're princes, do you know what I mean? So, yeah. I'm only expecting what I'm giving, do you know what I mean? Accept and receive. External validation, beautiful, what we're just talking about. You know, this is being valued by, if you stay in a toxic marriage, what you're getting reflected back to you is the worst image, isn't it? If you allow yourself to date someone and you allow someone into your life that appreciates you and sees you as you are, for all that you are, they're going to treat you like a king or a queen, a prince or a princess. And I don't mean like people should spend loads on you, but generally, when someone recognizes your value because they're like, oh my God, this is like someone I could really see myself introducing to my family. It's someone I could really see myself having a good life with. I really like that family. This is, oh my God, this is going really well. That's what I mean. You do spend a lot on presents, and you do, because you're just so happy to have them, and you're so excited and so like thinking ahead about the future. When you're getting that reflected back to you, your value does increase because someone's showing you what you're worth. And if you stay in something where the person either doesn't know what you're worth, or you just aren't worth that to them, that's not your true, it's not your true value, is it? But that's what's getting reflected back to you. So you start to lose self-esteem about what you look like, or your sex appeal, or whether you're someone to be with, or whether you're fun, or whether you have a nice personality. It's the same if their family are toxic. You just, if you stay in that, you're getting like the shittest like stuff like put on you, and you lose confidence and you lose esteem. So never be afraid to leave something. It's much worse to stay in it. Much worse for you. to stay in it. This is all about moving on and how much better things you're going to get from here on in, which I really like. I feel like I'm channeling Rocky Kanaka because I've been watching so many of his videos. He works with dogs that are being put in shelters. Either they're rescued or people have surrendered them because they can't afford them or, can't control them or whatever. And the dogs are so sad. But this guy, like, oh my God, he's so healing to watch. He heals that dog, like, before your very eyes. And it's so, like, cathartic to watch. But he's such an empath. Like, he does manifestation. He does positive affirmations. And you can tell the universe is rewarding him. I didn't talk about that really on comments, but because I don't want to be, like, preachy. But the guy's bringing major abundance into his life. Because he's a good person and he works hard, but the basis of what he does is to help others. So the universe rewards that. It rewards it. It's really nice. Watch him. If you don't already watch him and you love dogs, or even if you just like good people, Rocky Kanaka, his name is. He's got like 5 million subscribers. Because it's a good person and you want to see good people doing nice things. It makes I cry like every episode. Thanks for likes, guys. Thank you. Goodness me, where am I up to? One more. Let's get one more advice and then we'll move on to Cancer. Thank you for sticking around if you've listened to me ramble. We've got loads. Let's have a look. These are nice though. You need this when you're going through a lot. Creation. I have the power to direct my life. With a constructive attitude, I create what is best for my soul. I firmly believe I can transform and improve my inner and outer worlds by turning every thought into affirmative action. I act in the image of God and bring light into my life. Beautiful. And how well does that go with accept and receive external validation? When you put good stuff out there, it's rewarded. Okay, the universe will meet you halfway, and that's stuff that's emotional and it's tangible as well. The path to light. I make the conscious choice to move toward the light one step at a time. I transform my weaknesses into strengths by mastering my thoughts. I overcome obstacles with positivity and acceptance. I develop my gifts and extend my light to every being unconditionally. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So even though I got extremely hurt by someone in the past that I'd had a fantastic relationship with, but unfortunately had some issues and so did his family, in the end, I was devastated and it took me years to get over this guy, right? But we ended on a really, really bad dramatic note, and then I think it was about 3 years later, we passed each other. Well, I drove past. Yeah, we drove past each other. We drove past each other because we sort of live a couple of villages away, or we did at the time, and we both just kind of grinned like, that was stupid, wasn't it? Like, that was silly. And we'd said like really bad things to each other as well. But it's because it hurt. It's because we were really hurting to be splitting up. But it was like that one look said 1,000 words, and then we were both like absolved of like everything that had gone down in that moment. Like, eye contact is just so important, and you'll see that when you watch Rocky Kanaka. You need to watch him. You see, when he talks in a positive way and says positive affirmations to the dogs and says this wasn't your fault, and you don't deserve this, and it's going to get better from here on in, the way they look at him, oh my God, little eyeballs. Goodness, I overcome my imperfections, polish my character and feed on the positive. Thus, I free myself and allow my goodness to manifest and become a source of joy. Through gentleness, I offer unconditional support, understanding and love to myself and to others. When you let go of grudges and you let go of the right to be angry and the right to be pissed off, and you start just choosing to be peaceful, it's not to say what the other person did is okay or it's fine, but you're not going to let it ruin you. And maybe there's reasons why they are the way that they are, and to just have some, with time comes more compassion and the ability to be more generous of heart and more forgiving, doesn't it? And it's because because you're recovering, basically. Elevation. I free myself from fear and trust the universe. I direct my thoughts to the beauty inside and around me. I use my spiritual strengths and knowledge to create light, and I rise above all doubt. And people, you'll never earn as much respect in any other way than when you manage to get over a great love, or when someone really messes with you like a narcissist and you somehow, against all the odds, recover and you still become a balanced, caring person, even one that helps others. People around you like observe that and they're like, wow, like wow. Parents like get so much respect for you. People just, they think, wow, you're really something to like come back from all of that. And when you felt the pain, you definitely felt it. We watched it, we hated it. And you're out there living your best life again, like just unbelievable. This is the tests of life, like this is why we experience these things. Vitality. I'm a being of light. I accept the divine energy in my body, and every one of my cells regenerates. That's your heart chakra, the green. Say that's a healing heart. I tell you what as well, if you're someone that holds grudges, that will make your heart unhealthy, like in a physical sense. A lot of men hold stress in their chests and their heart muscles and their jaws. You watch like anyone that gets very easily worked up in your house that's male, they suffer terribly with the muscles in their chest, their heart, their jaw. They look really uptight, they get back pain. You mustn't manifest tension in your body like that, because especially with men, it physically manifests in your body. So just, learn to let stuff go. In God's hands, my trust in life is implicit. God's greater knowing and greatest love guide my heart and my choices. My faith is steady. Sorry, I keep knocking the tripod. My faith is steady and I remain true to my light. Everything unfolds according to God's will. Okay, so this was a lesson. It's been learned, and you're going to be blessed with some beautiful experiences from here on in. Freedom. I release my wounds, no, sorry. I realise my wounds create doubt, resentment and guilt. Okay, so it can make you fearful of relationships going forward, trusting people generally going forward. Your faith in humanity, can get really depleted. So I work to free myself of darkness. I cast off negative thoughts, find peace in my heart, and discover the being of light within me. Do you know how many, I know I keep talking about Rocky, but he's really beautiful to watch. Most people that comment to say it made them cry is men. And I think when people watch him healing dogs, I know men have a bond with dogs that I don't think women get to. I just think, I don't know really why. I think men struggle with emotion. And so do dogs if they're around, stressful stuff or people who are upset, they absorb it. They're very, very sensitive, sentient beings. And I think men struggle with emotion. I think it heals them watching him work with the dogs and heal them. I think it's very cathartic for them. And it's mostly men that comment and they're like, I'm a grown man and I can't stop crying. But it's good for you to let it out. The divine fruit. As I work to improve and free myself, I strengthen my foundations. My intellect is light, my heart is warmth, and my soul is strength. I am nurtured by the divine sun. The fruit I bear reflects my inner light. So your life will become physically, emotionally, financially abundant as you purify yourself and let go of, past hurts. Put yourself around people who are good to you, people who've got time for you, people who would never hurt you. The more space that you make for people like that, the better, more balanced life you're going to have. And you don't have to immediately get involved with others. You can take your time with it, but sometimes just having 6 months, a year around people who have proven themselves for decades to always be there for you, or they're just always fair with money. Like, you never got to worry about it. You never got to worry about what they're going to say about you behind your back. They want the best for you, and they don't meddle. They certainly don't meddle in anything that you've got going on or try to tell you what to do. They just listen, and they just always make you feel welcome, or you always have a laugh with them, like a combo of all that. Like, that's what I'm doing. I've never had such peacitude in my life ever, and it's become incredibly abundant for that reason. Unconditional love. My heart is free from resentment towards others. I open the eyes of my heart and discover the light and beauty in every being. I am aware that suffering can cause distress and hurt in people. I see the pure child in everyone and practice forgiveness. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, as you get older, you tend to realize that people are operating from a place of like, they're operating from a place of like, they've only got the blueprint of what they've lived so far to go off of. And it's literally made them the person who they are, but you can't, it's not possible to change that. People are navigating their way through life at a pace that works for them, and they're not always ready to relearn or evolve or grow. Sometimes you're like caught in the crossfire, or you're hurt as a result of them being a hurt person. It's the biggest mistake ever. You'll pay the biggest price if you try to fix somebody. Unfortunately, you've got to chalk it down to experience, and at some point they may grow and evolve, but if they don't do it themselves, you won't be able to do it for them, or you might prompt it and not get the benefit from it, but at least you'll know that you carried yourself in the best possible way, and that you somehow prompted or evoked evolution in them, even if it happens in the next 5 years or 10 years, like, and they don't want you to know it, they'll never tell you it. They may have changed as a result of you coming into their path, I like to think that that's what's happened. In fact, if you find that happens a lot and you constantly meet broken people, you might be a light worker. So that's someone that you'll purposely put, because you're such an empath, you'll put in the pathway of people who are broken. And it's not to benefit from it. In fact, you'll probably get the light, like your sunshine, sucked up by them. But that's why you need a lot of time alone to recoup your own energy levels. And you've got lots of people around you who are good to you, who put energy, time, money, everything into you, who don't hurt you. You've got to make sure that you have time away from these experiences, because they're very draining. But ultimately, you could be a light worker if you are someone that tends to find yourself caught in a crossfire a lot. It's because you were meant to meet that person and trigger healing in them, but you weren't meant to benefit from it at all. So just take care of yourself if you find that happening a lot. And know that you're a good being. You've got a higher purpose. But you deserve, like, to be treated fairly and well by someone several times in your life. It doesn't mean you're never going to find love if you're a light worker. It just might mean that you're good at tarot, you might be good at therapy, you might be good at teaching, you might have extra patience and compassion and empathy for others, but it means that you're really sensitive to what's going on around you and with other people, and you might find it really heavy as well. So you need lots of time by yourself just to like recharge, rest and recharge. Some people aren't affected by stuff anywhere near as much, like, and there's everywhere in between. You might also be really good at, you know, like alternative therapies, like massage, because you're very good at understanding what effect you're having on another person's body and their soul, like yoga, sound baths, stuff like that. Sorry if you heard a crying child. That was like such weird timing, wasn't it? It's someone running around in the back garden. Not our garden, but a neighbour. He's a little lad and he has a whistle sometimes, like running around blowing a whistle. But when it's time to go in, they start crying. Or, you know, if they got the paddling pool out, just because they're having such a good time, they didn't want to. They didn't want it to stop, do they, kids? I hope that resonates for you, Gemini, and that it was helpful. On to Cancer. Sorry, it's been another long one. Well, I don't know why I'm apologising, actually. Hopefully it's helpful. I've not got to be anywhere, and because I'm hungover, I don't think I'll be going out for a walk. I don't know, see how I feel. Hopefully I sound like relaxed and not like in a trance. Yeah, like I love watching Rocky, and like there was this comment that really annoyed me because these guys have been like, how did you get your wife? She's like this. And I thought, ew, like why would you put him down in order to like praise his wife? And you shouldn't be like ogling at his wife. And they're saying like because she's just like loyal and she does whatever like Rocky wants, but this guy's so emotionally intelligent. He cries like several times an episode. He puts himself out there. He constantly talks about feelings. I'm sorry, but how many men do you know that speak that way, that are comfortable to cry in front of like millions of people? And he tries not to do it. He actually stops himself a lot because he says it's not right to put emotions onto the dog. Like that's not what he's there for. You know, but he's very affected by it, and it's hard for him to like. But because he's feeling it, you can see like the dog as well. Like the dog isn't like distressed by it. Like they can sense that they're being spoken about. It's just dead nice. Honestly, like you need to just watch one episode and you'd be like, I am a lifer. I can't keep with how nice it is. Right. Okay, on to Cancer. Hi, welcome into the chat. Men need to cry and they need to process their emotions. And I get parents not wanting to cry in front of children, but I think it's healthy for children to see parents cry because you're saying it's not okay. If you shouldn't be putting your emotions on them, but you should allow them to be there for you as well, because you're showing what a normal, healthy reaction is to things that are upsetting. You know, it shows them that you've got a heart, and you know, how would you expect your kids to have healthy emotions if you don't want to show them in front of them? Like, my mum actually can get a little bit angry if I got upset, but it's because she doesn't want me to be upset, because that makes her feel sad. And she doesn't want me to be upset. Do you know what I mean? So it's like she used to try to deny it, My dad's got the healthier attitude towards emotion, and he does cry. I've only seen him cry a few times, but he gets very choked up at stuff, like long lost families and programs where there's a lot of emotion involved. And I think that's beautiful. That was taught me, like, Helen, I used to get very angry with my mum, and didn't want us to cry at funerals and stuff. And I think she's learned to be. It's because her parents weren't. They didn't like crying. They thought it was weakness. So she's growing. She's in her 70s. Depends how you're being brought up, isn't it? Hi, Hashita. Whoops, why am I doing that? Just hang on, let's do this well. I'm doing collective readings at the moment. I'm recording like collective readings for the signs. I'm not answering personal questions. If you want something answered about your love situation, I can do a personal reading for you, which will be 20 minutes just about you, for £18. I've got a link to my Etsy channel. Or at some point I'll be able to take super chats and answer questions in the lives. But you've got to have a certain number of watch hours. I've got 500 subscribers, but I need a certain number of watch hours, so I think it'll be another few months before we get there. If not, long. Just disappointing, but... Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels. Please stand beside me and guide me for Cancer's highest good. How is Cancer feeling in these final few days of April 2025 and the beginning days of May 2025 with regards to what they're thinking about or dealing with or manifesting in? Okay, so 3 cards for how you're feeling, Cancer. The 8 of Cups. There's been an ending. I think you walked away from a relationship, a long-term relationship or marriage. Eight of Cups is specifically, it's not that something just ended, it's that you left it. So if this is resonating, it'll be because you've just ended a relationship that's very long-term, very committed, very exclusive. The World reversed. Now, this is a major arcana. In the story of the major arcana, the Fool realises that he must take life's rough with the smooth and that better days are coming, though. When it's reversed, it's like glasses half empty vibes, like we become pessimistic, okay, and we don't feel like good times are coming. And that's okay, because there's clearly just been an ending here for someone. Even if you're the one that finishes it, like to feel lost and unhappy. I know it's nowhere near as bad as being the person that gets, but it's not as bad as being the person that gets broken up with. It's just not. But it's because you're not fulfilled where you are. So you're still feeling lost, you're still feeling distressed, you're still feeling sad. Sometimes you're both upset, even though you've caused it. Like I've, been in love with someone and ended a relationship, and it took me years to get over it. Like I'm still not over it. Do you know what I mean? Because there were certain things that we each wanted, and we were both very much in love when we split, and it was really difficult. So No judgment here. Seven of Pentacles is a reflective energy. It's looking back at what's been cultivated, what was achieved together. You are in a very reflective mood, and again, that's something natural. When you've just ended something, you're kind of assessing where you're at, what you had, what you want for the future. A lot of reflection happens, doesn't it? Let's get 3 for the one that's on your mind, or the one that you're dealing with or manifesting in. They've got the 9 of Wands. Okay, so the 9 of Wands upright is the wounded warrior. It's someone that each wand represents a challenge. And hi, Greenheart. It's a long cycle of things being difficult for a while, but being prepared to keep on going, just tough it out, yeah. Determined to just keep it going, even though it's hard work. It's near the end of a cycle. 10 of Wands would be the end of a cycle, and it can't go any more than that. So it's been a long journey, that's not been easy at all. Right, we've got the Devil. So you could be dealing with a Capricorn, or they could just be someone who has been toxic, or they have some sort of obsession with you, or you're obsessed with each other, or we're obsessed with each other, because there was obviously an ending here. I mean, if someone breaks up with you, I can't think about anything other than that person. So it could just be that, really. They cannot stop thinking about this, and you know, they're obsessive about it. They talk about it. They think about it. I have to do that for I just talk at everyone I know about it, because I can't, you know, do it any other way. Like 5 of Wands reversed. They want to avoid either internal conflict or external conflict with others. They want to avoid that. Let's get 3 for the outcome. I think because this is fresh, I don't think you're manifesting anyone in. I think this is the person that you've split up with. Six of Swords, unfinished business, you know, not moved on, not left emotional baggage behind, because swords are thoughts and feelings, and the Six of Swords, you get in your boat and you leave the swords behind when you're moving on. But this person has not moved on, and that would be weird if they already had, wouldn't it? Because it's only just happened. But what have we got here? The Queen of Swords. That can be a divorce card in Love Tarot, but it could just be an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. It's someone who speaks with integrity. They're talking honestly. They could come off a bit factual, a bit more in the sort of scientific direction or matter of fact direction. But they're truthful, they're honest, they mean what they're saying. It's an intelligent person, and it's being thought through. You know when this person speaks that they're speaking truthfully and honestly. It's been well thought out in advance. It doesn't have to mean divorce, but I think we've got a clear separation here, so I'm going to say it does. Certainly separation. of two people living together or married. Now they're showing up as a queen, or you're showing up as a queen because you ended it according to this, because you've got the Eight of Cups, which is you walking away. Maybe you're the Queen of Swords. Sorry, did I say Queen of Cups? Maybe you're the Queen of Swords with that Eight of Cups being there. Could be difficult to move on if you finished it. They're showing up as the Devil, Capricorn. You could have air in your chart. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Knight of Pentacles. I mean, the Four of Wands sort of like weirdly slid out from underneath the deck there, but these kids sound so cute in the background. The Knight of Pentacles, I'm having to think about it, because the Knight of Pentacles, if that was just by itself, I would say that's someone that's going to go forwards into the future dating with a view to having a relationship, because that's what the Knight of Pentacles does. It's serious investment. When you're just dating someone, you don't know it's going to turn into a relationship or marriage, but that's the intention. With it having the Four of Wands reverse, it's like maybe they want that with you. Maybe this person wants to invest. They don't have to be Capricorn, but they could have it in their chart, or they could just be obsessing over the fact that they want to reinvest into this, or it could be you that's thinking just about dating someone else, but it's just the weird that it's got like Four of Wands reversed with it. That's, you see, that's the Four of Wands is a home or marriage. It's stability. It's four is like four walls to a house, four legs to a chair. It's the most stable number. It's like starting over, isn't it? Like wanting to invest in something that was broken, like a broken union or a broken home, and restabilize it. It could be you wanting to move on, or it could be them wanting to reinvest in this, and you're like, no. You'll know what your situation is. Let's dig into what's been going on with them. Where are these issues coming from? Because they have got the Devil. And what have been the problems with the Nine of Wands? Public image. Worried about appearances. Can't relax, conceited. So they believe that divorce is wrong. That's why they're trying to reinvest into it. They just don't have this value that divorce is okay. They view it as a failure. They view it as giving up, weak, untraditional, unorthodox. That's not what I think. But I've grown up with a parent who'd been married before they met my dad. So that's always been a healthy conversation in our family. And she's, my mum's married to my dad many decades now. So it's not that you don't believe in marriage or that it's precious, but that she was married to a narcissist. So, the values that uphold marriage as sacred and something that should be worked upon didn't work for her. And she was in a traditional time where her parents said, you can't go back on it. We've planned the wedding, we've paid for it. People will talk about you, so that's why she stayed in it. And it didn't work well for her. He had another wife in Canada, And in the 60s and the 70s, we didn't have mobile phones, we didn't have the internet. So he had a whole other life going on. And then he tried to have her declared insane to take her house that she worked for, that she paid the mortgage for by herself. He tried to take it from her. Then he alienated her from all of their mutual friends by spreading rumours that she was using him for money. So it was a true narcissist and a liar, but he was more dangerous than just being a liar or unfair. It was someone that tried to take her own house from her. So you cannot say that marriage should not be broken. And she's still recovering from that as an adult in her 70s. And she has gone on to have, marriage and a happy marriage. So it's not that I don't believe in marriage, but I think if you're married to someone and it's toxic or you're not in love, I think you're allowed to leave. And you should get yourself safe. Number one, before anything, you have to be safe. You can't live your life for what other people think. You just cannot. And people do. They still do it now. I was so confused because I saw this one move, but it's this one that landed, isn't it? Council's compass. Seek advice to steer judgment. As insightful talks illuminate your journey. This is freaky now. Tell me this isn't freaky. They need to discuss with some different people, not the ones that have informed what they currently think, as they were growing up, but speak to some other people who are more open-minded to divorce and open to discussing different options, because to stay isn't the only option. Sometimes you can try harder at stuff and it falls more apart. That's not great English, but you get further away from what you were trying to achieve. Does that make sense? Bloody hell, listen to him. Why did that happen again at just the right time? Let's see what else we can get. I think they're just having fun in a very bossy way. Getting played, manipulation, lies, control. This could be manipulation, lies, control, getting played. They could be getting I tell you what, another thing happens to people. They get operated by a narcissistic parent. So they could believe that this marriage to you or this relationship to you benefits them, benefits their parent, benefits other people in their family, and so they try to keep hold of it. A lot of people are being operated by narcissists, okay? Sometimes, this is something new that I didn't understand before, but sometimes you have two narcissists that justify each other's behaviour. It doesn't have to be that they're a narcissist as well, though, but you understand that some people live for validation from a narcissistic parent and never get it, but it's they can't give up on that hope. They've always got that hope that the person will just start loving them. And I have dealt with a partner who had a narcissistic mother, and he never got validation. She tempted him by making him think he had it for times that suited her, and then she would disappear for really long periods. She'd come back, she'd put him down, but she was always going on about him to other people because it made her look good when she was away. So it's just using people. And he said to me one day, he said, "Why doesn't my mother love me?" So he knew. But he's actually never stopped wanting it, and it split us up because I couldn't be around it. It was toxic. But I don't, I don't I hated the fact that he picked her over me, but I've moved on to forgive that, and it's an example of how much some souls are just wanting the person that's supposed to love them, you know? Let's get a confession from this person. Hi, Janica. I hope I've pronounced that right. Conversation is 100% healthy, and you should process all of your relationships with, I discussed them like years later with family because I need to continue to process it. And so do families. Families are really affected when you break up from someone that they've really liked or had a soft spot for, even though they accept that you're not together. Like, it can be hard for them because it's not something that was in their control, and then it just happened. I'm truly sorry. You deserve better. Okay, that's what your person is saying. Your person that you're splitting up from, Cancer. I've also known people who wanted to divorce, but they felt sorry for the person they were with, or they just couldn't get them out of the house, so they had to just kind of work with it. I've known lots of circumstances like that. How do you get a person to leave? They don't want to. Some people, they don't want to leave. Clock, need time, takes time, in time, cycles, time to heal, progress. So there's important changes going on here. There could be a situation where this person is being operated, and that's why they always seem to end relationships that are very serious commitments, that they seemed to be very in love, or if you ended it with them, they drove you to that because they were being operated by someone, or they had strange values that they've been brought up with, or strange behaviours. They didn't have to be getting operated, but it does say manipulation, lies, control, and I don't... Oh my God, I didn't see that. Look what else came out. Yeah. I find you intimidating. I think this person, like, they don't really have a strong sense of self-worth, and I think that they were manipulated, from the day that they were born. And narcissists like toddlers because toddlers, they like babies because they're cute, and everyone gets manipulated and they go, oh, your baby's so cute, and it gets them lots of attention. And babies want to be loved, so they can't be... They're helpless, okay? They need you, and they can't be without you. To survive, they have to be compliant with what you want. When children start to become toddlers or older or late primary, they start saying no. They learn the word no, or they want things what the way that they suit them. When you get tantrums, or like they start to have a mind of their own and play with other people's families, and they see what normal family life is supposed to be like, and then they start to say, you don't treat me right, or you know what I mean. So narcissists, like, children fall out of favor with narcissists like the older they get, but they're always under the control because they just want to be loved. Even as an adult, you don't stop wanting validation from parents. You crave that until you die. It's just how humans work. Very hard to give up on that. People can do, but it's difficult for them to give it up. They will be intimidated by someone who's been brought up in a way. Ooh. They will be intimidated by someone who's been brought up in a way that they have a strong sense of self-worth because they had two parents that love them. They know where they came from. They know they're loved. They know they have control over their own life, and they're respected by their parents. They're treated as special, equal, fair. They're given opportunity. They're given freedom to make their own decisions. They're celebrated for who they are, not just what they can bring to their parents. Okay. Love in this situation from a narcissistic parent has strings attached, and you have to be someone who's an overachiever. You have to bring glory to the family. It's not enough to be regular, and you are not given time to grow and develop sufficiently. This person that I was involved with was treated like he was her husband and he was responsible to provide for her. And I found that really twisted, to be honest, especially after the things that I found out that were done to him as a child. I burst into tears finding out, and he didn't tell me all of it. I found out later through other people. But she allowed him to be abused by a lot of different men and never gave him a childhood. And then she expected him to provide for her, but she would actively put him down and say that he wasn't good enough. And when she had husbands, she would compare him to them and say, you can't give me what they can give me. So it was just constant abuse as a child, as a teenager, as an adult. It still happens now. I know it does. You know, good luck to him. But I lost him to her. Narcissists do something called hoovering. So they operate people who are good people, but they use them and manipulate them. Parents, children, siblings, friends, people who they're supposed to be right to, they're not, and they use them to make them look more credible, to make them look more likable, and they get them to lie for them or omit truths or hold stuff back from you, so it helps the plan come together. Yeah. No, thanks, Dad. This is sad, guys. This is sad. Yeah. Why am I putting them back? I'm distracted now. I'm reading the chat, I'm answering questions, I'm processing all kinds of stuff. There's a child screaming outside. Ace of Pentacles. And what is that over? That was over the devil. Shut up. You know what this person's trying to do? Narcissists are chaotic people, so in order to survive, they have to work and operate other people like puppets, and that gets them a roof over their heads. It gets them access to your savings, your regular income, your likability, your trustworthiness. They are approachable, nice people by association because they're associated with you now. Their family might start to think they've changed, they've got better, they've learned from the mistakes, they're not going to go back to prison, they're not going to, you know, be verbally abusive anymore, they're not going to steal from them anymore. They've changed, you know, and that's all family want, is someone to stop being who they are, but they can't. They can't. You look at the stats, 60% of people in prison are narcissists. They will go back to prison and their families will breathe a sigh of relief while they're in prison because it just means there's no drama. Be more selfish. I think this person, you know, was they were with you to obtain a house, a home, steady income, a respectable image. You think everything that you get from a functioning person, you can get a lot. I'm just plugging the charger in because I'm on no battery. Sometimes, you know, like, you view yourself as not having that much. You're like, well, I'm not a millionaire. Like, what did they think they were going to get from me? But they'll have had a few thousand from you. They'll have had a year of looking like a decent human to everyone that they know. They'll have gained trust and resources from everyone around because of association with you. They may be explaining to police, you know, that I've changed, you know, like, following my rules that I have to adhere to, and I'm set up now, and, you know, all kinds of stuff. There's so much going on in that scheming head. It's like multiple layers of spider webs in different directions. They're very crazy people. And they're not as clever as what you think. They mess up a lot. They think they're clever and you're dumb, but they're very obvious. Strange oxymoron. Strange, like, what is it when, like, people are two opposite things? Paradox, is that right? It's time to ground yourself. Okay, put this to bed. Through divorce, you're going to obtain balance. Look at the facts. When you get a physical distance from a narcissist, you can get your head together. When you're in their presence, you cannot get your head together at all. Because there's so much gaslighting goes on, so much lying goes on, so much, like, charming stuff happens. You just can't get your head together at all. And they often want to go really, really quickly, you know, to not give you a chance to think things through. Because they know they're going to mess up and you're going to start, you know, the mask will slip, or they'll mess up, they'll bring some sort of chaos which you don't appreciate. And, you know, as a healthy person, you'll be like, well, that's making me question the relationship now. So they have to get things done before, like, 3 months or 6 months, because that's when the drama starts happening. They can keep it from you with lots of lies or being around you not that much, and then it starts to come out. You get sucked into their drama. Like, they've got drama going on everywhere, multiple countries, you know, because what you can't see, you can't stop, or you can't be mad about, or you can't break up with them for. I'm obsessed with your body, okay, but they might try to get you to reinvest in the home that you've got together, or bring this union back together by using sex. So narcissists will use babies, they will use animals, they will use their looks. Yeah, they'll try to look cute with babies and animals. They will try to prove that they're a nurturer. They're not a nurturer. If you've watched documentaries, the same people that arrive, you know, to try, if you've seen that Nightmare Housemate program, they've abused the animals that they try to look cute with. So just remember, it's all an illusion. They're very capable of hating you, as well as professing their love for you. They're very capable of smashing up everything you've got as well. Spending all your money, you know, cheating on you behind your back, spreading lies about you. Unfortunately, the layers and layers of damage from narcissistic abuse, they exponential. You find out more stuff after, and it's just unbelievable. But It stops you going back to them, that's for sure, bloody hell. It's a bit of a heavy one today, this one, isn't it? Right, we've got loads here. Look, settling. Avoid settling for less than what you deserve. We've got that twice. Look, I am truly sorry, you deserve better. I find you intimidating. And then we've got settling. Avoid settling for less than you deserve. The X, healing from past heartbreak takes time, so be patient with yourself. Surprise, romantic surprises are on the horizon, be open to them. Hi, Ramo. Imperfections. Love is a beautiful mess. Embrace its imperfections. We're not saying anyone has to be perfect. We're saying we don't want a narcissist. Okay, we don't want someone who breaks the law. We don't want someone who lies, cheats, steals. We just want a normal person, right? Not someone who's perfect. But you can't change a narcissist. Sparks. Keep the sparks flying. Surprise each other with gestures of love. I think you've got happy stuff ahead with other people. Okay. Right, let's get a time in for when someone new is on the scene. I think you're going to need a lot of time to heal, personally. It makes sense now why you had the World card reversed and you were feeling pessimistic. I think it's going to take you about 6 months to a year to get over this. The embarrassment of it, the sense of betrayal is going to be exponential because you'll feel betrayed in terms of your trust when it comes to finances. You'll feel used. You'll feel disgusted. The fact that you find out they've been cheating on you, never thought, that they would. I had someone go round telling everyone that I wasn't sleeping with them and that's why they were sleeping with prostitutes. And we were having sex a lot. So that was one of the things I liked about the relationship. And that person had the cheek to go around conveying to other people that I wasn't sleeping with. It's like, wow. And they believed it. And they told everyone that I was asking them for money. I was giving them a lot of money. So it's a bad person. They're just a prolific liar. But they lie to every person in their life. Their son, they lied to their son. They lied to me. They lied to their ex-wife. They lied to their parents. Their parents' new partners, their brothers, their sisters, their in-laws, their best friends, their work colleagues, their boss. There was not one person that was not caught in the crossfire. It affects the whole community, and anywhere this person goes, so much drama follows, so much, and he'd broken a lot of laws, like ones that are just, you don't do that. Shake that one off. When is something new going to come in for Cancer, please? If this is resonating for Cancer, when's something new going to come in? All right, looking at next year, which is good because we need time to heal. It's not the right time yet, okay? We need to recover, don't we? Because the reason that you get sent a narcissist, right, is because Spirit recognizes that for whatever reason you don't currently have many boundaries. You are very excited to be in love. You're very concerned with obtaining security, and therefore you're willing to look away from any red flags that come up, or a few red flags out of all, and let something go on too long. And so you're supposed to lose money, you're supposed to get lied to, you're supposed to have lines crossed, boundaries crossed, to force you. It will keep getting worse and worse, and you'll get betrayed in so many different ways by this person until it ends, because you'll get pushed to the point where you have to create boundaries or put boundaries back in place, or just get this person out of your life or get away from them, because you are not ready for a healthy relationship. So it's not that you deserve it because you're a bad person, but it's to make you put some boundaries in place where maybe you didn't have any, or they had got lowered. You'd lowered your guard. So Spirit wants you to put your guard back up, not to stop everyone from coming towards you, but to filter out the crap, basically. So next year we're looking at, well, it's very straightforward, this one. Let's get you some advice. A way to recognise a narcissist, a true narcissist, is when you want to get emotional support from them because something bad has happened to you, and you start crying, they'll start crying. They mirror your emotions back to you rather than being strong and being there for you and soothing you and helping you. You know, like if you work in a nursery, or you've ever seen in a park, like a group of babies are there, and one baby starts crying, so the others start crying. That's what a narcissist will do. It's really weird, but it's a form of manipulation. They're not actually sad. They're just copying what you're doing. It's really, really weird, and it's annoying. Creator and alchemy, nice. So this is about having a really nice 6 months, 8 months to sit and have a think. What do I want for myself? What kind of future do I want? What are my goals? What would the most beautiful, peaceful life look like for me that I can dream up? And then you start visualizing it, and you start saying out loud, Spirit, I would absolutely love to have a house that has these qualities, or that is in this location. I would absolutely love to have a person that has these qualities. They're reliable, they're trustworthy, they have healthy attachment, they also like animals, or general qualities. But it's a time to really have some contemplation and careful thinking, but then asking out loud, because your angels aren't allowed to interfere. And if you don't know what you want, how can they arrange it for you? But in about a year's time, you'll start to see some of this come into fruition. Of course, we can never make one specific person, an individual, be with us. You must not ever try to force someone to be with you. Relationships, friendships, their choice, and we can't control anyone else's life, but we can ask for someone with similar qualities to a person, or we can say, if I'm meant to be with this person, please, remove blocks. And if they want to be with me, I think that's okay to say that. Oh, we didn't get the mermaid one, did we? Sea melodies. Any advice for Cancer, please? Right, Spirit's got a couple of things. Let's do one at a time. So we've got listen. The secrets of the sea become apparent when we listen to the sounds within the shells. Take your time to let people reveal who they are. Okay? It's just like I said earlier to Gemini. If someone's a good person and they recognize your value, you'll know that from the beginning. And they'll be reliable, trustworthy. There will never be any drama. They will not leave you in any doubt how they feel towards you. But if someone's love bombing you, consider that they could be a narcissist, if they're over the top, if they ring you night and day, if they seem like they're addicted to you, it's not that they're controlling you. They don't want to let go of like you because they need you to do what they've got planned. Okay, they're being possessive over you. It's different. It's different. If you start to see dramatic events happen within 3 months to 6 months, take it as like your life is going to get worse the longer you're with them. Okay, you won't see drama with a good, healthy person. Wild. Believe in your otherworldly beauty and dance with the waves and drink in the sunshine. Okay, so you've got to set your heart free and your mind free and your body free from this net that you've been trapped in. Yeah, so that, okay, so for example, the kind of things that this person would do was they would get into really big fights with multiple people, and their wallet was stolen. You know, their teeth were like, I mean, their mouth had been punched over and over, they'd been left for dead. Now, he told me that he just got robbed, but I, looking back, don't believe anything that he said because everything was a lie. When I spoke to, you know, mutual acquaintances of his, everything was a lie that he told me ever. So where it was never his fault, he probably crossed someone with drugs or money or infidelity, or he got involved with someone he shouldn't have. He was underage, so I suspect one of the times that he was beaten was for that. They don't have boundaries, they don't follow rules. That's why they go to prison and they end up back in prison. Okay, so you know if you've got a narcissist because the things you find out disgust you, they're deplorable. Okay, they're nearly getting killed or murdered like every few months because of the things that they're doing are despicable and unforgivable. People want them dead. Okay, he took money from his father's business and ran off with it. He lied about serving for his country. He lied about his father's new partner. He had his son selling drugs. I just I can't tell you the stuff that went on. Like, I only found out the tip of the iceberg because someone else told me. He never told me the truth about anything. And I never would have got involved with anybody like that. So, and he knew that, obviously, so that's why I never found out. But this is what I mean, is like the betrayal is like, I don't speak to any of his friends or family because they were not allowed to tell me the truth about him. And it's a very violent person, so they can't tell me the truth about him. But one person that's not afraid of him, that in some ways was trying to help because it's an in-law, he told me the truth. Okay, and he said, look, I've known him all his life, this is just who he is, he's not going to change, and these are all the things that he's been doing behind your back. And it was just disgusting. And when I spoke to other people, he just went on and on. So I know it's true. I know this person wasn't having me on, he's in jail now, so you're being asked to get out there and enjoy your life, but also think very carefully what it is that you want, and ask for it out loud. That's how you manifest. You picture it and you ask out loud and you say, spirit team, this is what I want. Angels, this is what I want. And they will get to work for you. But it takes about 12 months to see the results of that because it involves external realities changing, everything clicking into place. Okay, what's going on in organisations, the housing market, employers, things like people going on maternity, loads of stuff has to click into place and get aligned. So it can't be on a known time frame. It's just in about a year you start seeing it come into fruition. I know because I've done it. So where I used to be confused by how you manifest, I've actually done it now. So yes, I believe in it. And I learned because I read about it, right? So this is the book that I read when I was on holiday, and it's dead short. It's actually about the clairsenses. And I've learned some stuff from Empress of Energy, who's a tarot reader. And she told me what to say. Just in general readings, not like one-to-one readings. And then, you have to ask your angels. This book tells you about all the chakras. It tells you about all the angels linked to each chakra, because there's about 3 or 4 angels for each chakra. A lot of people know about Archangel Michael, but he's only one of like many angels. And they're not allowed to interfere unless you ask for help. Okay, but the secret to being abundant is you've got to have an open heart, and you have to have some sense of security. You have to work hard. Because the chakras work in alignment with each other. So this is the wrong way up. It should be like this. Your root chakra at the base of your spine. It all starts here. Okay, so you provide yourself with material security. That helps you to feel more creative, more sexual. You get more confident then, more assertive, okay? You become a person who's able to forgive and have compassion for others and charitable. You're able to voice how you feel, and then you're able to trust your instincts, and then you're able to have this like all-knowing like connection to spirit. And it's like when you can't forgive or you hold grudges, you clog up this chakra. It stops. They're all like cogs that are spinning, or little wheels that are spinning, and these ones have to spin to get the next ones to spin, and so on. And so if you've got like a poor financial situation, or you have no stability, it's very difficult to feel horny or feel passionate or feel like you're ready for children, because you don't have that nest. And so that, you hear it all the time, doesn't it? Affect fertility when you don't have security. Of course, there's other reasons for that, but generally we feel like everything's coming together because all of these are functioning. What do I want to say? Encumbersome with one another. And when everything's going well, you have a lot of powers of manifestation, lots of ability, because you're kind of protecting yourself, you're thinking things through, you're working hard, you're being honest, you're forgiving, you're letting go, you're healing, and you're able to, read tarot and channel stuff and help people, because you live in a fulfilled life. I don't really know how to explain it any more than that, but you lose your powers sometimes to have faith that everything's going to be all right, because you've been screwed over, you've been cheated, you've been taught not to trust, you've been betrayed. So this ability to advocate for yourself goes down, 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 and it affects everything. So finance and security is very important for the rest of this. But anyway, that's me going on about. I love learning about the chakras, absolutely love it. These are like things that you can do that are supposed to help activate your chakras. But I would say just take care of house, like have time to heal, treat people right, work hard, make sure you do things that leave your heart fulfilled, and all will be well. Especially if you read about the chakras, and you read about your angels, and you read about spirituality, you'll connect with it more, you'll recognize it more, and you'll be trusted with more powers, like more clairsenses, because how can you operate it if you don't recognize it, if you don't educate yourself about it, if you don't believe in it? That's like, jumping in a car and saying I don't need any lessons, or I don't need to know how it works. you don't know what you're looking for when you're trying to operate the pedals or like the knobs and buttons, so you're not going to be able to get it moving, are you? Learning to drive is an ordeal, but it's one of the best things to do, because once you can, anytime you try something that involves a lot of skill or learning a lot of different things at once, like training to teach or anything that's difficult, because you're using a lot of working memory, you know that you can do it even if it's hard. It's a good milestone, a good thing to look back on and think, I learned to drive so I can do this. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to, I'm just checking the battery to see it is charging up while I'm on the live, yeah. So we're going to be moving on to Leo. I won't be able to do readings next weekend, so these ones are very long, like up to an hour per read, because next weekend I'm away for my birthday, so I'm just going to have to skip a week because I work full time as a teacher. So if I was home, like I'm normally home, so I do readings, but I won't be able to. It's just not going to be possible. It's a big birthday as well. It's the big 40. Life begins at 40. I don't know why people say that. I'd like it not to have all been a waste. Maybe it's because you just know more and you have more at 40, so you get more. I don't know. Why does life begin at 40? I don't know. You know what I might do? I might do Leo and then Virgo, and then like you get showered and stuff. Because I feel a bit like I just need to move around and like have a freshen up. But I could do like half, couldn't I? And then do another half. What do you mean, no July? What do you mean, sorry? It'll be, excuse me, it'll be Leo, then Virgo, then Libra. But I'll need to have a break before I go on to Libra. I don't like to do like hours and hours without moving, and I've done, oh my goodness, I've done like over 3 hours. Because I'm doing really long readings. This is Leo, the lion I'm on now. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Leo's highest good. How is Leo feeling in these final few days of April 2025 and the beginning days of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for Leo's feelings, first of all. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in the reverse. So that's Earth energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and it's about being grounded and being responsible and knowing your day-to-day responsibilities. So going to work, taking care of the house, having, you know, the ability to save, to spend, liking to have nice things, being generous. The love language is oh, hi Mojo. The love language is to give to others and to give to ourselves. You know, we love stuff, earth signs, but we will spoil other people. That's our love language. I've already done Gemini, Mojo, so you can rewind and watch Gemini if you want. It's a heavy one. I'm doing really long readings because I'm not, I didn't plan to, but my brain's working more slowly because I'm hungover and I'm away for my birthday in Amsterdam next weekend, so there won't be any readings next weekend. So we're getting longer ones today. The Page of Swords reversed is probably looking away from not wanting to, because when it's upright, it's observing, watching, getting information, swords of facts, intelligence, communication. But when a page is observing, if you look at the artwork on the traditional Rider-Waite tarot deck, the person doesn't want to be seen. It's like a spying energy, like I need to get information, but I mustn't be seen. Well, this has turned around, so I don't think there's any watching or waiting going on. I think it's the opposite kind of energy. Now, the Queen of Pentacles was reversed, so this is an energy of like, we're losing money, we're hemorrhaging money, like savings, maybe our outgoings are higher than what we're earning at the moment, or your cost of living is hard. I don't know, it's something to do with money. Maybe you've got money issues and you're ignoring them, or they're just overwhelming you at the moment, so you've got your eyes off love. It has been, yeah. How many watch hours do you have to get for to do super chats? It's a lot of watch hours, isn't it? I've hit my 500 finally. 500 subscribers, so I'm happy about that. But I've got to get a certain number of watch hours. We've got the Death card reversed. So this is the major arcana for Scorpio. When it's upright, we're walking through the gates and we're leaving the past behind. We're closing a chapter and we're ready to open a new chapter. When it's reversed, we haven't done that yet. Yeah, we're struggling with moving on. So you could be hung up on someone, or you've got a grudge or something. It's like a past energy that's lingering. Let's get 3 for the one that's on your mind, the one that you're currently dealing with, or the one you're manifesting in. You're showing up as a Queen of Pentacles, so you could be a parent, you could have a high-powered job, run a home, or you could actually be married or seriously involved with someone. Right, we've got the major arcana for Virgo. You could be dealing with a Virgo. You could be dealing with someone who's just doing some really serious shadow work, because if you look here, they've got the Eight of Cups reversed. They don't want an ending to something. Well, not to something. They don't want the end of a relationship. If the Eight of Cups is upright, it's choosing to move on and walk away from a relationship. Thank you. When it's reversed, it's trying to stop the ending of a relationship. We're trying to keep it going. We know that it could end, and we really don't want to. We want to save it. We want to resuscitate it, breathe life back into it. And they're really trying to look within. In this part of the major arcana, in the story of the major arcana, the Fool realizes that he must look within. He's not going to take company from others and get the answers from them. It's his relationship. It's his feelings. He knows what went down. So only he can know what to do next, what he wants, how to fix it, how to move forward. And often other people, when you ask other people for advice, very few will be neutral. A lot will have an agenda because they never liked that person, or they're going off their own experience with their own relationships. They have different values to you. So it's not always helpful to get advice from others. Depends who it is. Depends who it is. And I'm not saying only listen to the ones that are going to tell you what you want to hear, but a lot of the times, the two people that understand a relationship are the two people that were in it, and you're just trying to be heard out because you need to express what's going on feelings wise. The best comfort I get is when people just listen, and sometimes my parents give me awesome wisdom, but they're very careful how to word things. They lived a life as well. The Ten of Swords reversed. So when the Ten of Swords is upright, the 10 is the end of a cycle. 10 swords, it's the most pain a person can feel, to be honest. Like that's horrible. That's horrible, and that's been going on for a while. Because the numbers in tarot run from 2 through to 10. Ace is a 1s, the Fool is 0. 10's the end of a cycle. It can't go past that. It has to change. When it is reversed, we're dropping the pain, okay? We're recovering from, we're just choosing not to be in pain anymore. Look, we've got the Justice upright. See, that's the major for Libra. So this person could have Virgo and Libra in their chart, or we could be dealing with marriage because we've got separation. We've got, this can represent the justice system. We've got the Eight of Cups. We've got the Death card. You could be someone that has Scorpio in your chart if you've got the Death card, but I think it's like you're struggling to move on from something. They don't want it to end, but they are going to have to release the pain because it's been too much. Often there's financial loss when there's division of assets, and you've got to, put down a deposit, your full deposit on somewhere yourself. Take somewhere a lot smaller, stuff like that. You might have to get rid of your car. You just think about all the stuff that you have to deal with, solicitors' fees and stuff. What you pay to put a house on the market. So it's messy, isn't it? And it costs a lot. But if you're not happy in something, you're not happy in it. It's not going to just suddenly become good because you just stayed put. Seven of Pentacles reversed. Not enough is being cultivated so far in terms of wealth. or general investment, so time, money and energy, not enough. When you look back and it's upright, it's like taking stock of the good work that's been done. If you're a farmer, you know, you look back and you've got this harvest that's going to be ready in the coming months, and it's the reward for your hard work. When it's reversed, it's like, shit, I need to like get this sorted out because I'm not where I thought I wanted to be by now. The Seven of Wands, so competitive. Some readers take that as an argumentative. I don't take it as that. I give the example of like, if you go for a promotion in work and you're up against other people, but you reckon you've got some good stuff going on, you've got a good chance. It's this kind of thing, like wands are passion, fire, energy, enthusiasm, competitiveness. Competition is the major focus of this card. And it's upright, so you do feel like you've got the advantage, I think. Or they do. Can't tell whose feelings that is at the moment. There's unfinished business with you, and you have definitely got a need to improve finances and stability. They don't want things to end, but they're going to have to drop the burdens because it's just got too much for them, the pain. Then they've got the justice. They want fairness, balance. So, I don't know. I feel like it could be you in the outcome of the Seven of Wands. The Chariot, major for Cancer. Okay, so you could have Cancer in your chart. I used to be in a relationship with a Leo and they had Cancer as their moon. The Chariot is so when the Emperor jumps into a vehicle because they're physically travelling to obtain success. There's an absolute goal of victory. Thank you for popping in, Mojo. Thank you. And I know you did a little shout out on your channel. I really appreciate that. Yeah, shout out to Mojo, Mojo Tarot, because he's been really nice and like coming to my readings and like bigged me up and supported me as a new channel. And shout out to Shadow by You Tarot, because I watched Joyce, like I've watched her since back in the day, and she's really good. She's really good. She's posting prolifically at the moment, isn't she? I love it. Because she's on different times, and I wake up in the morning and I watch her then. I love Shadow by You Tarot. I watch Empress of Energy, who solely does Taurus readings. I watch Elijah's Tarot for a laugh because it's just hilarious and silly. Tarot can get a bit heavy sometimes if you're going through a lot, but he's just like silly, but he'll still tell you like what you want to hear. Rainbow Wizard blows me away. If you watch the Rainbow Wizard Tarot, she's I don't know if she's in the States, but oh my god, it's like personal readings when I watch her, like just brilliance, absolute brilliance. Secret Tarot, she's really good. Dead nice, soothing voice, lovely voice. And I watch Sunflowers and Spirituality, and I watch, why do I always forget what she's called? Goldie, Spiritually Goldie, and Spiritually Fit Tarot. Love my tarot. Love it. Right, back to this. See, someone's in the outcome. Look how driven this is. Look how driven this is. I think you want to achieve more. You're out to achieve more. A lot of determination here, making it happen. Okay, so really focused on financial success. This comes out for you a lot, Leo. It comes out for you a lot. They were separate. Why have I just put them together? Let's have a little dig and see what's been going on with the one that you were or are dealing with. Oops. Conquest. Just another notch in the headboard or the real deal. Actions speak the loudest. Alone. You feel like you're in this situation all by yourself, but it won't be like this forever. I'm reading all of them before I make a judgment on that one, because this person may suspect that you were treating them like just a conquest, or they could be... Is it right to say conquester? Is that a word? A conqueror. A conqueror. Exposed, fragile heart too open, in danger of heartbreak. I told you. It's a sensitive person. They're oversensitive because they've been hurt. Let's see what else we can get. And I've got a new Oracle deck, so it's got some different things in it, so we might be able to get some more information as well. My God, what a mess. Let's have a look. Love potion. Open your heart to truly feel the magic of love. This person has their heart closed off because they just... When they did open themselves up, someone really screwed them over badly. So they kind of shut it off. Let's have a look. Beyond compare. Don't compare your love to anyone else. It's unique. They don't feel like they're special. Temporary relief. Distractions aren't a quick fix for deeper issues. So they've been working on like trying to receive deeper love instead of just looking at face value, like what someone look like on the outside. Are they sexy? Do I want to sleep with them? You know, do I feel seductive? Do I feel passionate? They've been keeping things surface level for too long. And it's because they're just really afraid. And there's a lot of people running around doing that. And they go through phases of it, or they've been like that for decades. It all depends what you've been through. I'm not answering individual questions, Reba. I'm like in the middle of doing collective readings. I'll start to do lives where I answer super chats. But I have to get a certain number of watch hours. So don't forget to give me a like and share the channel. And then I can start doing lives where I answer questions. But it'll be for a super chat. It won't be for free. Because I teach full time. And then I do these collectives free. So if I'm going to spend any time answering personal questions for people on an individual basis, I will need like to have a bit of money for that, because otherwise I'm just working for free 24/7. Do you know what I mean? Let's see if anything else comes out with this one, because this is new. It's got some other stuff in here. Thank you. Thanks, Reba. Oh my God. They've either got a hater or they are a hater. Look at this. Getting played, manipulation, lies, control. You know when someone's like really scarred by the past and they only know people to hurt them from their experiences so far? They can become very jealous of other people, not envious, which isn't so bad, because envy, you're allowed to want what other people have got, but be happy for them. But this is someone that is like, they've got to a point where it's like they're just going to mess with people because then they're not the ones getting messed with. And you hear about that a lot when someone's being used or abused. Not everyone heals in a healthy way. Some people go over to the dark side, don't they? Okay. Do you know what I was just thinking with that justice system card? They could have gone to jail. That's a possibility. They could be in jail now. I don't know. That might only be true for some people. There could be allegations or the law or legal agreements have to be put in place, legal protections have to be put in place, restraining orders, stuff like that. I don't know. Thank you for the likes. I'm not answering individual questions in this. I'm doing collective readings. So when I get a certain number of watch hours, then I can take super chats and I can answer questions and lives. But I'm not able to do that until more people watch more of the channel. Probably like end of this year it will be, or something like that. I do personal readings. You can get a good 20 minutes all about you and what's going on with you for £18, which I think is a good deal. 20 minutes of that instead of one question being answered for £10. But I know some people just feel like in the moment they just want an answer now. And to be fair, it suits me because, it takes me time to do personal readings. It takes a lot of time. Or it's not great value for money for you. Do you know what I mean? But people want their questions answered. So yeah, hopefully end of this year, I don't know. It depends on the number of hours people watch for. So make sure you like and share the channel for me. And we'll work towards that. Where am I up to? I want to get a confession from them. I miss you. Be careful with this person because they could be very manipulative. They could be very manipulative to try and get you back. People try to suck you back in. I've never seen a narcissist choose to walk away from someone. The only way I got away from mine was because he's in jail now. And that might be what happened to you, but they'll do something called hoovering, where they ring up people that they know and try to get them to talk to you. So you just got to cut them all out. Sorry, but it's like a cancer. You've got to cut everyone off. Hammer, sabotage, rebuilding, interrogation, repetitive, persistent work. I'm actually thinking of another person that I met much earlier on in life who was a narcissist, who was physically violent, and the guy would disappear and you'd think I've got rid of him finally, and then he would pop back up, and it was like a bad penny, like you could not get rid of him because you're a resource and that's what you are to a narcissist. So don't feel sorry for them. Stop yourself and get yourself some physical distance, because then you get your head together. Oh my God, gold digger. They want your money, you're being used. It's a narcissist, guys. We've got like triple confirmation here. They don't feel your emotions, so don't ever be fooled by that. Turn your emotions off. Imagine a person being ugly, because they're likely very good looking or very good in bed or something like this in order to get another chance with you, or, you know, honeymoon phase attending someone's wedding. This person, they never move past the honeymoon phase with you because it's a cycle. So it's very shallow. It's sort of nicey, but it never grows because there's drama. Nothing can thrive in those conditions. So don't be mistaken into thinking you've got something special the longer you stay with this person. Just get out of it. Okay. Let's get messages from them, although I'm not sure I want to give them a voice. I meant what I said. 5 of Cups, more than likely. They'll become a beg, or they'll try and lie and trap you into a situation. So just keep yourself physically safe, please. They're going to try and use seduction, and just keep away from them. It's not a person that respects your body either. They might do things you're not comfortable with, and they won't ask first. Oh my God, if they have gone inside, they're hoping that you'll be there when they get out, but don't. Just, you know, try to like change your phone number, change your emails. If you're the kind of people that move house regularly, that's helpful, to be honest. That's been very helpful to me. Keep your social media on lockdown and cut out any mutual contacts as well. No, I'm not trusting this person, so they can do one. It's actually making me feel sick, like reading these messages from them, because I just feel like they're not a good person. They want a rebirth. They're going on about missing you. You know, they've been ill-advised. It's everyone else's fault. They're coming for you. They're going to sweep you off your feet. You're so beautiful. You know, it's all going to be perfect from here on in. We don't know how. Just full of shit, to be honest. Just absolutely full of shit. So we're not going to listen to that. We're not going to listen to that. Hi, Jackie. We're currently working our way through Leo. There've been very long readings today because I won't be here next weekend. I'm away on holiday. So, yeah, I'm doing like extra long readings today. It started off by accident, but now it's on purpose. We will be going on to Virgo next, but I'm going to get some advice because this is another messy one. What advice have you got for Leo, please? If this is resonating for Leo. Guidance. Find safety in your beacon's light. Being urged to listen to your intuition, okay, and get yourself physically safe as well. If you think about lighthouses, they guide ships away from the rocks, don't they, into the harbour. So you need to be really, really careful and make sure that you get out of this storm and into safety. Follow your intuition, okay? Don't turn off your better judgment. Voyage. Set sail on a new course. Love that. Is my screen dirty? I'm just going to wipe the camera because I don't know if it's dirty or not. Looks a bit smudgy. I think it's actually my view on my side. I got something on my phone. Communicate. Things left unsaid will never reach the shore. You might need to talk about what's happening, to heal from it. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed of what someone else's bad deeds were. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Be lucky that it didn't turn out worse, because things could have got, no matter how much money you've lost to a narcissist or what you allowed them to do, it could have been a lot worse. It could have. Okay, everyone's safe now, and you know who they are now, and you're gonna put up boundaries. But it's you're not the first person to have this happen to you, and it wasn't your fault. Okay, so there's quite a lot of people like that around, but not as many as what you feel like. You feel so unsafe when it's happened to you, and you feel really embarrassed, and it's humiliating. And she finds out all the things that they've been doing behind your back, saying behind your back to different people, but they're hurting every person in their life, near and far. It's not personal to you. It's personal to you because it directly affects you. But it's not only you that they're fooling and lying to and using. So don't think that. They're hating their own kids, their parents, people they've grown up with. They should be treating them well. So it's not that you're low value or you were stupid or anything like this. And there's nothing new under the sun. There's been narcissists, in existence since people were alive. So don't think that's something new or it's never happened to anyone else. The more people you speak to about it, the more you let yourself off and you think, I'm not going to be hard on myself anymore for endangering my family or, for letting this person like burn through my hard-earned money, because it's always happened. And it doesn't mean it's okay. It's not okay, but it's not your fault. And things will get better really quickly because you're supported by brilliant people and you deserve to be happy and safe. So, most people around you who didn't really like the cut of that person's jib will just be breathing a massive sigh of relief and feeling calm and happy now that it's over. Now that you know what they're like, you've seen through it, or they've been revealed to you by another person, they've been exposed by another person. They'd just be glad that it's been exposed now and that you can get a distance from them. But when you talk to other people, they will often share with you that they've been involved with a narcissist. Most people have, whether it's a family member or an ex-lover, an ex-husband or ex-wife, they have experience. Most people have experience of narcissistic abuse, and that's just a fact because there's a lot of people out there who are narcissistic. Right, I've done messages. What about new? Is there someone new coming into Leo's life in the future? Someone different. Next year. But don't rush things, okay? You're trying to rush things. You need time to heal. You need time to recover. You need to put some boundaries in place, because when this has happened to you, someone else got this reading. Was it Gemini? And you got the same advice. You could be, or was it Cancer? Oh, I'm getting so mixed up now. Someone got this exact reading, but it's very important to protect yourself and surround yourself with people that you can trust, that have proven themselves, year after year. They will never hurt you. They always want the best for you. They'll support you, and they won't judge you. It's important that people encourage you to forgive yourself, because I think people are very hard on themselves because they think, shit, when you find out the sum total of what someone's capabilities are, you didn't know you were dancing with the devil. Do you know what I mean? You didn't know. So you've just got to remember that you didn't know. And if you had known, you wouldn't have given it the time that you've given it. Why the universe brings this in is they're trying to teach you to put up some boundaries because currently you didn't have any, or you dropped them really low. So it's like not a little, it's a big kick up the backside to prepare you for a healthy relationship, something reciprocal, something better in the future, because you didn't have any expectations or not high enough expectations of potential love interests before. For whatever reason, you've probably been through something traumatic, and so you were prepared to accept less than what you deserve. See, this person got worse and worse and worse until something had to change because it was unacceptable, completely unacceptable. And then that's why they're in jail now, if they have gone to jail. Or they could go to jail, or there could be a warrant out for their arrest that you don't know about. I've had that happen. But I've had that happen where I didn't know that someone I was dating had a warrant out for their arrest. Unbelievable. Like, let's get some of this going on over here. Let's have a look. See what comes out. I think you're mortified sometimes when you find out the layers of deception. You just think, like, I can't even comprehend what's gone on. You can't compute it, you know. Sometimes we've had a more sheltered life and we've never come across anything like this before, so that's why it catches us so far off guard. And other times when that's in combination with being very vulnerable because we've gone through a lot of loss or something like this, we're more susceptible to it, okay? Gifts. Love's greatest gift is the ability to truly understand one another. That's really nice. That's really, really nice. So this person didn't ever really understand you. As I was describing before, you'll recognize a narcissist because when you cry because something actually bad has happened to you and you deserve to be upset, they start crying. That's not because they're overwhelmed with emotion. They're mimicking emotions back to you. When you have unconditional love and you accept that some people haven't the capacity to change, but you just move on knowing that you're a good person, you deserve to be around lots of other good people who are everywhere, and you find balance in your life, you don't hold grudges, you gotta keep your guard up towards that individual and anyone connected to them, because they get hoovered and they get used and they'll lie to you to not get beaten up by them, you know, or because they just want to believe that that person that was their son or their daughter is finally changing. Because some parents don't give up on their kids even when they realise they're narcissistic. They just want them to change, but that's heartbreaking for them, but they're making a situation where they're putting you in danger by lying to you and helping that person. But maybe they're just trying to keep themselves safe. You don't know, you know, and you might be frightened of them. Love's greatest gift is the ability to truly understand one another. I just think with narcissists, like proper narcissists, like full-blown narcissists, you never really get that emotional depth from them. They might look nice, or you might think they've got some good qualities that they're good with. You know, they outwardly appear to be good with animals. They outwardly appear to be good with children. They outwardly appear to be hardworking. You're looking at what's on the outside, but when you emotionally really like deeply connect with someone, it's different to that. And you have really deep conversations. I don't know. I think this is just like, you know, you deserve to connect with someone and they might not be what like you thought they would look like, or they might not appear to earn as much money, or they could look really nice and earn really good money, and they could just be a good person. But for me, like, some of it's about just healing your heart and not holding on to grudges or the anger of what someone's done to you, being able to forgive and open up that heart chakra again. But some of it will be like the capacity to have a genuine connection that's, you know, that doesn't cost money. But a narcissist's main goal is to drain people of money, and they might be earning a lot of money as well as spending all of yours. And there'll be no amount of money is enough for a narcissist. So they'll be getting money from other people because they're probably spending it on addictions, whether that's prostitutes or drugs or a bit of everything. They've got a very dark side to them with things that they're not supposed to like. They really, really like, you know, including things that are unlawful. So just don't judge them by your standards. You need to judge them by a devil's standards, you know. They don't have boundaries. They don't have them. It got to the point with me, so many lines had been crossed. It was like nothing is out of bounds, and that was terrifying. That was absolutely terrifying. I don't envy anyone who's got a narcissist in their family, because it's very difficult when they come out of prison. That's who they look for and rely upon for resources and expect loyalty from. It's their mums, their dads, their brothers, sisters, in-laws. No one gets away forever. It's like they're just breathing a sigh of relief while they're in jail for a few years, because it's like, great, I'm not involved in any of their mess for a while. Let's get you some advice. Some more advice, sorry, because we've done the mermaid card, but we need to get some more advice, don't we? So something better is coming along for you next year. You need a bit of time to heal, because you don't want to put anything on anyone else, and you need to learn to trust again. One step ahead is all you need. Okay, so don't don't try to think about 5 years' time or 1 year's time. Think about today. What are you going to do with the rest of your afternoon? You know, get yourself out for a walk, get out with your head. A lot of people love to be outdoors, because when you just do that motion of walking, even if you haven't like pushed yourself a lot, you feel like different in your head. You feel like physically different. You feel a little bit stronger physically. That makes you feel a little bit stronger emotionally. You tend to let go of everything because you're listening to the birds, you know, the leaves on the trees, running water. You're listening to everything's carrying on, no matter what bad stuff's happened. Everything carries on, you know, life carries on. And a lot of people are oblivious to anything you've experienced, and they don't know that about you. So no one's seeing the scars that you are carrying. No one can see them. You might feel really weak and vulnerable and terrible, but it's not showing to anyone. So know that you have got dignity, and it really helped me to be around people who have experienced narcissists, because it helped me to forgive myself for allowing that person to be in contact with my loved ones for the time that they were. It was really important, like, to move on, like to let go of that judgment of myself. Like, I think it's just frightening, because you realise like something really fucking bad could have happened. Like, I think that's what's, you carry a lot of guilt because you've let that person be around your loved ones and they could have harmed them. This one didn't, but I imagine there's people that do. Vitality, I am a being of light. Look, this is the heart chakra, that's beautiful. I accept the divine energy in my body and every one of my cells regenerates. I'm sorry, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful words. You know, healing, recovery, recouping one's, you know, sense of peace, calm, just letting everything heal up, you know, because it takes time. Give yourself time, give yourself space, give yourself 6 to 8 months to just get back to being like on a normal. Because you'll be feeling weak, you'll be feeling awful. One foot in front of the other, okay? One step at a time. You'll feel back to normal really quickly if you've got a really nice group of people around you and lots of good stuff going for you. You will be okay really quickly. I think one thing that I realised was I can get away from my person. Some people really can't get rid of them, or they're married to them, or they've had kids with them, or it's one of their family, so they just keep going back to them, and it's like they can't get away, you know. So like I was quite lucky. It's one from a place very, very far away, like in another country, and they're in jail, so it's like they can't get me. Do you know what I mean? Well, I know some people are really difficult to get away from. If you live with other people or you can move in with other people, that put them off big style. Big style. If they think that you live by yourself, they'll be after you. Probably what they'll do is give up and go on to, you know, numerous other people, because they'll just constantly have, if they haven't always had other people on the go, and you might not want to think like that, but they probably did. That's almost a blessing, but it's yeah, feel bad for the people they're moving on to, but and they're not bothering you, are they? Not that I'd wish that upon anyone. God. Right, we're gonna do Virgo, and then I'm gonna have a shower and like freshen up and move around a bit, because this is a lot of talking, a lot of sitting. Imagine if I just went on that much and people just left. And it was just me talking to myself. That's what I'll like worry about sometimes, but then I look up and I think, no, there's people here. Some people listening. I think like it's gonna go out to a lot of people as well that listen, not live, but like, you know, once it's being recorded and posted. You know what's really disturbing is like, I was just thinking, I remember saying to his son, I'm worried that your dad isn't going to be alive much longer, because he keeps getting, you know, into these like really dramatic situations and left for dead. I don't think a lot of narcissists go out the normal way. I think murder happens, people can't forgive some of the stuff that they've done, and they just keep doing stuff that's just deplorable, absolutely deplorable. And I think they get to a point where they're actually safer in jail than they are on the outside, because they don't learn, they can't change, they won't change. I know my mum's getting his butt kicked and left for dead, and it like became regular. Do you know what I mean? So God knows what he was doing to people. To have that sort of a reaction, and some of it I know, but I'm not going to share it. Okay, we're on to Virgo. Let's have a shuffle and get some fresh energy, because we've had like a heavy one there. I like this time of year there, like Easter time, springtime. It's a time for baby animals, rebirths, very spiritual time of reflection, time of thinking about new, what's ahead, transformation, making plans for the rest of the year, having nice stuff to look forward to. The weather's getting better, like cute baby animals everywhere. It's a cycle of life, you get another chance around the sun, don't you? So don't give up on yourselves, guys. Don't get down and get down on yourselves, because there's so much more life left to live. Spirit guides, the universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Virgo's highest good. How is Virgo feeling in these final days of April 2025 and the beginning days of May 2025 with regards to one they're either thinking about, currently dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for Virgo's feelings, please. 10 of Wands reversed, dropping the burdens. 2 of Pentacles reversed, struggling to find balance though. Okay, if they were upright, the 10 of Wands would be like, you've had to be strong for so unbelievably long, and you've dealt with so many challenges that you are just a warrior, mighty, muscular. You've become used to carrying strain, you've become used to carrying burden all of the time, so much of it, and it's the end of a cycle. When you reverse the card, you're throwing those planks down that you've been carrying up the mountain. You're just throwing them down. You're like, I ain't doing this anymore. I've been pushed to the brink and I'm no longer doing it. Okay, that's different. Keeping it upright is like, I've been tempered, and like, if you imagine metal being smashed and dented and it becomes tempered into a certain shape, and it's like you just keeping doing it. You've taken the maximum that you can take and you haven't chosen to give up. But this is like, I'm throwing these burdens down. I've put up with so much crap. I'm at the end of the cycle and ain't doing it anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's choosing that. The 2 of Pentacles is like, I need to find balance, as don't have it. And it's either different priorities or there's a decision that needs to be made. Like, it's like trying to spin multiple plates. You got too much on the go, whether it's working kids or working a toxic relationship or health battles and career. Something has got to give. Okay, and we're choosing that. King of Wands. Okay, solar plexus activated, confident, assertive, goal-orientated, very self-driven, upbeat, energetic, passionate, enthusiastic. It's a very it's someone very ambitious. Yeah, you're feeling ambitious, you're feeling determined. Now that's interesting to me because you've had a lot of struggle and a lot of challenges, and then you've got rid of the burdens, but it's like we've still got this fiery like that plane's really noisy, isn't it? We've still got this fiery what's the word? Quality isn't the right word, it wasn't what I wanted, but it's like this mood that we're in of it's ambition, there's something that you want. Are you not making fast moves? Because a king sits still and contemplates and plans and then takes action. It's like, yeah, confident, very, very driven by goals. And I've noticed this about Virgo. You are a perfectionist. You are someone who's a visionary. You got really great business ideas, business acumen, foresight. You analyze what's going on in the wider world. You analyze people. You know where there's opportunities in the market. You're very, very good. You're very, very good with business and projects. So there's a lot of ambition here. I mean, there's a lot of passion as well, but I think you get a kick off doing well financially, or you take a pride in what you do if you think you've done it the best possible standard. You get a kick out of it. You know, you like to be observed winning and doing something like 100%. If it's worth doing well, it's worth doing 100% perfectionism. Like, what is going on here? We've got the Ten of Swords reversed. We're dropping pain, this sense of pain and anxiety that got to maximum. We're letting go of that. Something was really tough, physically burdening, mentally burdening, emotionally burdening, and we're dropping the burdens, but with determination. So I wonder what that was. Was it love? Or was it work? Was it a business venture? I don't know. Is it that you've overcome a complex issue by, problem solving, and so you don't have to worry about it? No, I don't know. Let's get 3 for the one that's on your mind, the one that you're dealing with or manifesting in. Now, you're showing up as a king, so you could be married, you could be a homeowner, or just high up in work, but you've got responsibilities, you could have kids. The Judgment, a call to action. The universe is saying, rise up and take action. Make this change. So this is your person now. This is not you. This is your person. So someone's being called to act. It could be general or it could be with regards to you. Let's see what else comes out. Okay, they are being called to act because they don't want to be single. The Nine of Pentacles upright is someone who's single and they have plenty of money for themselves. They can pay their own way. They don't need anyone else. They're doing great. When it's reversed, it's either someone that doesn't have enough money for themselves, or they don't want to be single. They want to be 10 of Pentacles. They want to be someone that puts 2 incomes together, creates lasting generational wealth as a partnership. Very difficult. It's possible to do that as a single person, but very, very difficult in this day and age. You would have to be someone that just devotes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to you growing something that's really profitable. It's not your average person that manages to do things by themselves, but of course people do, or they become single. This person doesn't want to be single. They're being called to act, or they're unable to be abundant as a single person. Let's have a look. And then talking about financially abundance, it's not cups, it's pentacles. So it's money. Ooh, success. 6 of Wands is like, I want to be noticed, I want to be recognised. Now that could be in a love reading, I want to be noticed by eligible bachelors or females. You know, I want to be dated, I want to be taken out, I want to meet someone. Or it could be, I want more money, I want to be successful, I want to be celebrated, I want people to say well done, you know. So see, if it was the 8 of Pentacles upright or something, I'd say it's just financial, but I think this is someone that doesn't want to be single. I think they want to date. They want to be seen, observed, recognised, celebrated. They're being called to act. I mean, some of that confidence comes when we increase our financial abundance. Sometimes we feel more like we're going to put ourselves out there, but then I would expect a Page of Pentacles, like someone who's ready to invest in a relationship. Or I didn't really see that. It's just like they want to be abundant, but not necessarily by themselves. I don't know. Let's see what comes out in the outcome. We've got the 7 of Wands reversed and the 3 of Wands reversed. So someone feels at a disadvantage, and that's why they're not taking action. They know what they want. Because the 2 of Wands is, I need to decide if I'm going to go in this direction or that direction, A or B. When you get to the 3 of Wands, they've picked A or B, and now they're actuating it. They've picked a plan, and now they're fulfilling it. That's reversed. They're not taking any action, and it's because they feel at a disadvantage. They don't feel that they would be competitive or eligible or attractive. So I don't think that's you. I think that's their energy, because you're dropping the burdens and you're King of Wands upright, so you are in your power. Very fiery, which is unusual for an earth sign to be so fiery and confident. You're elevating, or you're about to have a period of elevation. So that wouldn't be you, would it? That would be them that's feeling like they're at a loss. They want to be recognised, but they're not doing anything. The Wheel of Fortune's reversed. There's been like a spell of bad luck, misfortune. You know, external realities of being really unfavourable. We've got the Temperance, which is the major for Sagittarius. This is about managing emotions. You or they are successfully managing anger and upset to become more balanced, to become calm, to not show and not be over emotional. There's definitely been hardship, and that explains why we've got the Wheel of Fortune reversed. And you know, we've had all these challenges, we've had all this pain, this fear, anxiety, physical challenges, financial challenges, whatever it is. There's been a lot, and you've chosen to drop the burdens, Virgo, emotionally and practically. You're in your power. You're very like assertive at the moment, confident, steady, action orientated. Just like this Aries, Leo, Sagittarius energy. For a Virgo, the maiden, you know, earth energy. It's unusual. You're in your power. Let's do some digging and let's see. I don't know why someone's not acting. There seems to be a lot of misfortune, blocks, challenges, and trying to manage emotions while things are the way that they are. It's not the right timing or something like this. I don't know whether you're currently connected with this person or they're coming in for you. They're showing up as a single person, so either you're coming out of a relationship with them or you're manifesting this person in the future, and they're manifesting you. But it's, you know, the timing isn't right now. Let's do some digging and see what's been going on their side, whether you know them or not. Why have they got the judgment and the call to action, please? There's loads coming out. Closed off, not emotionally available, distracted, hurt in the past. Okay, so they've been emotionally closed off. Public image, they're worried about what people think. Okay, way too concerned with what people think. So far away, physically and emotionally. See if you can rekindle the passion again. So they've been in something that is just not genuinely like fulfilling to them, but they worry about what people will think if they come out of it. Self-righteous, act spiritually superior, condescending, preachy. So they could have like religious values or just traditional values or being brought up with those, and so they just don't believe in divorce, or they don't believe that it's respectable to be single and older. You know, they think you need to get married young. It takes two. Someone is not committed, incompatible, conflicted. Teasing. There's loads here. Dangling partial truths, needing answers and shifting. Well, that would make sense with the Six of Wands. Because this person desperate to be celebrated, desperate for attention, desperate to be recognised, desperate to be in a relationship, a union. All they think about is, you know, getting married and like how that's going to give their life value. In fact, they're willing to, you know, not be honest about their financial circumstances or to not disclose any skeletons in the closet. They might not connect. They might be like seeing multiple people at the same time or having a sugar daddy or sugar mummy or something like this. Like, I don't know. There's something a bit off with this person because they just want to look like they've got it all together, you know, and so they're prepared to bend reality, bend the truth, work with stuff that isn't that deep. I'm just having to think because I'm looking at your side and I don't know why this would be coming in for you. Maybe this is someone that you've been dealing with that you're trying to leave behind. Let's see what else comes out for them. Why then you reading if you're not dealing with them? Do you know what I mean? Like, if they're unhealthy, and you're not dealing with them and they've got so much work to do, why would they show up? Normally people come in for you when they've already got out of something and they look to be like healing. Refreshed romance. Cleanse past sorrows, be charmed anew, and embrace the joy of a fling. They could be rebounding at the moment. Or they could be, you know, flinging themselves around. I don't know. Flinging about the place. Fake friends. Ooh. You know, like, what it's making me think about is like, you know, like Maids in Chelsea and like Real Housewives and all that. They hang out together and they actually can't stand each other. They bitch about each other, nasty. They've got no loyalty to each other. And you get in these like social circles, people that put themselves in the same environment because they think they've got stuff in common, like finances or family background, or you know, they're in certain categories of like new money or old money, and they just seem to be really having just a terrible time. Like there isn't genuine connections being formed. It's like because one problem is okay, like the financial side of life is okay, they're not really evolving at the same rate as anyone else, like emotionally and in love or like relationships, or because you're so busy normally trying to work hard and save up money and get to certain levels of security for yourself that you try to stabilize your life emotionally. And I'm not saying that everyone's like that all the time, because you have periods where you're running around doing all sorts, getting up to all sorts, and that's fine. But you've got certain things that you won't do. Like you know not to get with your ex's, you know, brother or sister, or you know not to get with your best friend's brother or so, or you know not to get with. Do you know what I mean? You just, there's certain things that you don't do, and you don't need to mix and mingle and all get with each other in the same group of friends. But they don't even like each other, so just don't really like feel like they're having a good life. And don't you find that people have a lot of money tend to have like drama in their lives through other ways, like health problems, or they lose people early in life? I found that really upsetting. I'd rather struggle with money for more of my life than the other way around. I'd rather like forsake that over like someone's health, the people that I love, or having genuine loving connections. I don't know. I'm just waffling a bit now, aren't I? But this person's in a kind of societal situation where it's all about what people have got. It's all about the house you've got, the car, you know, being flash, being flush. It's too fake, it's too false, it's too phony. It doesn't really mean anything, does it? It doesn't really do anything for you, like emotional stability wise, or like, yeah, you get so embroiled in drama that you're not actually doing much good anywhere for anyone. You stabilise your own life, you can help a lot of other people and have a good influence on other people's lives emotionally, or in other ways, practically, financially. But if you're just running around being a nut job, what are you doing for anyone? Not doing anything for anyone, are you? Like, what's your point in your existence? Like, it's not a good way to live for a long time. Let's get a confession from them. Although I don't think you want anything to do with this person if you have been involved with them. Your intelligence is so hot. It does sound quite immature. It sounds immature, doesn't it? Like, is this like a younger person? Is there an age difference? Your intelligence is so hot. It's like they've only been dealing with vacuous people, you know? And then, like, I feel like that's emotional intelligence that they're talking about, as well as like being educated and having a professional job, or knowing some sort of sector really well, knowing the trade really well, being grounded, being down to earth, being wise, being someone who's very secure in themselves. Like, these are very insecure people, very shallow people, very argumentative, two-faced, bitchy, disloyal. It's not a, when you're getting that reflected back to you and that's what you're dealing with, and that's how you understand who you are, um, and what qualities you have, you're only going to learn that you're like involved in this shit, and so you are shit. You're not going to get anything good reflected back to you, so you're going to be insecure. And then you're going to meet someone who's really down to earth, grounded, from a really nice family, has great friends, works hard, comes home, has a stable life, and they're just going to be like intimidated as fuck, but they're going to be really attracted to it as well. This person might do a lot of growing up later on in life. They might find out what's important later on. Do you know what I mean? It holds people back growing up in that. Really like stunts their like evolution a lot. Which is understandable because it's a different kind of lifestyle, you know, to what a lot of people are used to. And I don't think it makes you into a very nice person because you can afford to be an arsehole. So you do, because that's what young people do. And you've got a chance to do it, so they do it. Right. I did those. Let's get messages from them. See what they've got to say for themselves. So you think your intelligence is hot. It'll just sound like a made in Chelsea thing to say. If I asked you to stay, would you leave? They don't want an ending. They don't want to be single. They just want to stay in something, because, you know, if you've never really done anything for yourself, you've never been independent, especially when you're young, you view a relationship as like, well, that's something I've got going on. Like, I've got a car, I've got a job, got a relationship. You like treat it like it's an asset, like it's something you've achieved. Got a boyfriend, got a girlfriend, it's fine. You know, like, you kind of place a lot of value on that the younger that you are. You haven't necessarily made yourself in your career yet. You might have a job, or you might have a go because mummy and daddy have set up a business for you, or like, you know, you've had a big leg up or something. You haven't actually got good confidence and self-esteem or self-worth. You kind of hang on to boyfriends and girlfriends more, and you kind of like think that gives you value or makes you less of a burden on parents or something, you know what I mean. Which makes it a lot harder when relationships end, a lot more painful, you know, worrying. You start worrying about your future and stuff. You don't worry like that when you get older, because you know that you've got more going for you. I am terrified, I told you. Your family won't like me. Yeah, because you're a knob. No. We're not supposed to have judgment, but I've been very judgmental, haven't I? I'm too afraid to talk. They don't feel confident. They don't feel good about themselves. They think you're much better than they are. I'm addicted to you. That's with the Wheel of Fortune reversed. So why do they feel like that's like everything's against them? I want you to choose. They're trying to manage their emotions, but they're really worried that your family would just not like them, or their family, that they have very different values. They might not be that nice as people. Might be from different areas of the country. I don't know. It's a bit of an interesting one, this one, isn't it? Let's move them to the side, because we've got, in fact, I don't think I got any. Let's get one more. Wait, what else was turned over there? I'm open to compromise. Well, that's an important one. Doesn't mean it can't work, you know. Maybe you're meant to overlap. Mind you, now it looks like with all the struggle and all the pain, we were dropping that. I don't know. It could work. You could work on it. Or you might be like, I can't be around someone who's just got such different values. You can only try. If that's what you want to do, you can try, and then if it doesn't work, you know. Let's get advice. Yeah, let's do these first, and then we'll get advice. And then I need to move. And I've got a numb bum. Connection. Love is the bridge connecting souls. Cherish those connections. Just where you find love, where you find genuine love, people care about what happens to you. They're resourceful, they help you. You feel safe around them, feel welcome around them. Be around that. You don't feel safe or welcome or cared for by this person or the people around them. You don't need to be around it. You need genuine connection, and they do, but sometimes people choose appearances over genuine connection because their values are different to yours, and they're not evolved, you know. Ooh, look at all this love I'm getting. I should stay on for longer. Maybe this is how to become a successful YouTuber. Do like a good 6 hours of just not moving on a Saturday. Let's get you some advice, Virgo. Wait, what am I doing? I haven't. No, I could get you a bit more clarity with these first. Is there anything else you can tell me about this person, this person's background, or what's going on with them? Heartbreaking, deeply hurt, sad, separation, breakup, feeling lost, grieving, or mourning. I mean, we could take that as heartbreaking, as in the, you know, this relationship has ended, or you meet them when they've just come out of something. You could meet them when they've just lost someone in their family. I don't like to say that, but it's a possibility because it says grieving and mourning. But you grieve and mourn the end of relationships, don't you? You grieve people who were alive because it's like they've died, the way that you feel afterwards. You're not allowed to see them. You know, they don't want to see you. Same with their family. If you were close to anyone in the family, it's horrible, actually. People pick sides as well, don't they? They go back to like, well, I was their friend first, or like, they've always been better to me than you have, so, or I can't be friends with you both, it's too awkward, and then, oh, it's just horrible. It's horrible. It is horrible. Maybe they just don't want to be separate from you, or they don't want to be single, but it looks like there's been a breakup, whether it's from you or another person. There could have been loss. I don't know. And then let's get one from here, and then I'll get you advice. Sexuality. Someone is still figuring themselves out. They could be exploring different sexualities. They may be confused because they find themselves attracted to different genders, you know, same genders, transgender, you know, they could be pansexual. They could be someone that doesn't want to be in a long-term connection, or they could be someone who is sex obsessed. They could be someone who is with someone for what they look like and what money they've got and how they look right on paper. They're in the right part of society, but they don't sleep together, or they barely sleep together, or it's too vanilla. You know, it just doesn't do it for them. They're going through the motions, which is horrible to think that someone's doing that with you. But I don't think sexuality is always about different sexualities and changing sexuality. I think it's about sometimes you've got with someone and aligned yourself with someone and matched yourself with someone based off status and money, where they're from, how they speak, what they look like. And actually, you know, this bit is like where the intimacy comes in, where the emotional connection comes in. So it can't really last, because eventually one of you or both of you will start looking for something that has more meaning to it from within this alliance or match that's being put together, because it's a smart match on paper, you know, where it looks right. That can only take you so far for so many years, and then someone will start, you know, seeking out more intimacy. Or if you settle down young, you know, and you just haven't experienced, like, you haven't explored sexuality, like, and I don't mean it can be with different sexualities, but it can just be your own sexuality with other people, you know. Maybe if you don't have much experience of it and you're only ever with one person, maybe you just have no access to it. I think one of the worst things to do to someone as well is be married to them and then you're having intimate relations with others they don't know, and they're having to be lonely from within a relationship. I think that's so mean and nasty. Some people aren't, they're asexual and they don't have sexual desire, you know, and they're like, don't know why they don't want to sleep with their partner. Like, it's a wide open subject, isn't it? Something we probably still, you know, don't understand ourselves like that fully, especially when you're trying to discuss other people and sexuality. It's very difficult. You only know it yourself, and you only know it as you get older, I think. The more experience you have with it. Some people might know from straight away. I don't know. Let's get advice. Voyage. Set sail on a new course. If you've been feeling called, Virgo, to move on, do it. Guidance. Find safety in your beacon's light. So you might get signs. I don't really... It confuses me when people say, oh, the signs and synchronicities of this or that. I don't really get that so much, but I think this is your internal guidance. Like, if you just feel intuitively that you need to leave, or you need to end something, or you're interested in someone, whichever way it goes, follow your internal guidance, okay? Follow your instincts, your third eye chakra, your gut. Very rarely can you go wrong following your heart, but sometimes your intuition is screaming at you about something. And I think this is more about intuition. But internal guidance can be feeling with your heart as well, and just following what you want. You can't go wrong if you follow your heart. On that moment, it was all fours, right? All fours. So see what that means. numbers wise, let's get you some more advice, and then I am wrapping this baby up. At least for like a good hour. I need a break. Give me some more advice, please, for Virgo, if this is resonating with Virgo. Creator and Earth. That's nice because you're an Earth sign. You've got a lot of creative juices in you that need to be exercised. You need to find outlets for your creativity because you're great with colour, pattern, texture, shade, you know, aspect. Very, very much a visionary, and you can see things before they're made. See the possibilities, multiple possibilities for stuff, and visually very, very able to beautify spaces and things. So the possibilities are endless, Virgo. Cozy up with risk. Take some risks, okay? Travel, start projects, start businesses. Those things that you've been wanting to do for a really long time, do it. Okay, don't be talked out of it. Oh my god, why didn't I get that one? You are living poetry. Your life is a beautiful sonnet, okay? So you need to be proud of everything that's happened to you in your life, okay? Scars are beautiful. Stories are beautiful. You've got a book in you. You've probably got several volumes in you, and you're able to, you got the Midas touch, you're able to make, you know, beautiful things out of horrible things. So that's really nice. The sacred flow of yes. Oh, I love these cards. They're so pretty, aren't they? Everything's gonna become the wheel of fortune for you. You got a period of prosperity and success and fulfillment, because I know you feel fulfilled when you're successful. I know it's very important to you to feel like you're achieving. Okay, you're happiest when you've got stuff that you're working on. Create create alchemy. So this is about making magic happen, but using the sciences. Okay, so you might be using technical skills, you might be using knowledge about geometry, physics, chemistry, biology. You know, the greatest botanists, architects, interior designers, people who work with psychology. I'm thinking more in the lines of beautifying things there, or changing how things work, like functional spaces, buying and selling. You're very, very good at marketing, sales, beautifying things. You might want to open up a shop, you know, you might, I don't know. I really don't know. It's your life, isn't it? But let's get it moving, let's get it going, you know, do that investment, take that risk, start that enterprise, that property development. You're getting a massive spiritual kick up the arse to do it. Do the things that make you excited. Do the things that make you happy, hopeful, energized. I'm talking about business a lot because You're in the King of Wands energy. And I think it helps you mentally when you achieve some sort of fire in this belly. But you are an earth sign, so your skills are, you're creative, you're the creator. You're an ideas person, and you're ready to take action. You want this. I know you want this. All right, take care, Virgo. I hope this resonates. And oh, let me get you one final. I'll get you one final advice because I nearly forgot because you had so much advice there. But I will be wrapping this up after this last advice. Choice. I choose serenity, light, and positive energy. No matter what I go through, I choose happiness. I rise above fear and direct my thoughts to God. So I'm telling you now, you're getting told to drop the fear. Just stop it. Stop worrying and being anxious and do whatever it is that you've got on your mind that you've been thinking about doing. Release. I stop fighting my fears. Yet again, triple confirmation. And the hardships of life. I control my thoughts. Okay, so I'm getting like a big indicator of an overly anxious person here. And accept each stage of life. Don't look too far ahead, okay? I work on what I have power over. You can't control everything. I work on what I have power over and put into God's hands what I can't change. I trust that everything will work out for the best. Okay, so have faith. Do not lose faith. This is your crown chakra, okay? Look how gorgeous that colour is. Your connection to spirit is real and you take care of it by honouring it and knowing that everything is going to be all right. Everything that happens for your highest good. Okay, if you want to activate your crown chakra, you can put your hands in front of your stomach, fingers interlaced with the little fingers pointing upwards. And you can make the chakra sound Om, and you have to hold it for a long time. Get meditating, because you might have got a little bit, you're very practical and you're very creative, but you're a warrior. Okay, and we want you to be a warrior, not a warrior. You could be naturally anxious, especially if you're female. I'm not being sexist, but we're just anxious people because we're nurturers and we perceive more danger often than what there is. Oh my God, how beautiful. You've got the same colour twice. Have I already read that one? Choice. I choose serenity, light, and positive energy. No matter what I go through, I choose happiness. I rise above fear and direct my thoughts to God. Wow. You're in good company here. The universe has got your back. But they just want you to believe that and accept that. Right, take care, Virgo. Have a lovely rest of your evening or your weekend. You're very welcome to come back on, watch the other signs. I'm going to have an hour break because I've been on here for ages. And then I'll do Libra to Pisces. Okay. All right, see you in a while.